Chapter 1134. Wenbin didn't say anything just now. Do you have other thoughts? Han Yu's eyebrows hadn't relaxed since he left the tent. There were faint wrinkles between his eyebrows. Gong Luo, how do you think our lord is compared to the north borderline? Han Yu filtered the words in his mind over and over again before he asked cautiously. Ching Sun was stunned at first, then he thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Jiang Pingji had even annihilated the northern borderline. No matter how difficult it was to conquer Su Bei, could it be more difficult than the northern borderline? Is Wenbin trying to say that Lord is inferior to Lu Shi? Ching Sun was a master complex. He couldn't stand others saying that his master was not as good as others, even if it was Han Yu who said it. Han Yu shook his head. If he personally admitted that Lu Shi was inferior to his lord, wouldn't Su Bei flip the heavens if he heard this? That's not what I meant, Han Yu explained. Underestimating the enemy is the biggest trouble in using troops. Just like the scene just now, disregarding whether I want 100% of the 9 prefectures and 4 seas was arrogant or not, in terms of qualifications, Jiang Pingji was more qualified than Su Bei. Those who were stronger than her had the right to say that she was arrogant, but those who were weaker than her should pay full attention instead of looking down on the enemy. Ching Sun said, Wenbin is worrying too much. The Lord can't be compared to the northern borderline at all. Lu Shi may have defeated the northern borderline, but he may not be able to defeat his lord. The northern borderline is a tribe that has yet to undergo barbarism. Although they have brute force, they lack intelligence. Coupled with Lu Shi's cunning, it's not surprising that he was lucky enough to win. Han Yu was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. Ching Sun's opinion of Jiang Pingji was not ordinary. She came from an aristocratic family but mingled with the commoners. He heard that she had all kinds of people under her, the sons of prostitutes, mixed bloods, criminals. Dare he ask, did she have any decent people under her? The only one who caught her eye was Feng Jin. He was talented and virtuous, and his family background and bloodline were both first class. Oh, he had forgotten that there was still his younger brother. Ching Sun could not help but frown at the thought. Why did father allow Qing Yuan to assist Lu Shi? Why didn't he stop him? Ching Sun continued, furthermore, the northern lands lack education. Most of the officials in her tent were rough people, all of them were lowly men of humble birth, the descendants of aristocratic families disdained to be associated with them. Helping the world is an important matter. How can a true hero work with a lowly and immoral person? Ching Sun was a typical supporter of the aristocratic families. He was proud of his bloodline and birth, and disdained the commoners and commoners. The environment he had been living in since he was young had shaped this kind of character. His prejudice towards family status had long been deeply rooted, and it was difficult to remove it. Not only Ching Sun, but many other scions also had the same idea. Although there were no written rules to divide people into different classes, in the current era where the aristocratic families were as solid as a fortress, the invisible social classes had already taken shape, and there was an insurmountable gap between them. Han Yu said, Wenbin's words are biased. If Han Yu wasn't Master Yuanjing's apprentice, but a simple descendant of an aristocratic family, he would agree with Ching Sun. People of the same class were highly similar in terms of thought form and other aspects. However, the teacher Han Yu admired was Master Yuanjing. Master Yuanjing was born in a poor family, but he was recognized by many aristocratic families. Who dared to question his attainments and qualifications as a teacher? Ching Sun saw that Han Yu was a little angry, and then he remembered about Master Yuanjing. What was the difference between criticizing the poor and commoners in front of Han Yu and scolding his father in front of Han Yu? Although Lu Shi is a woman, she is also a feudal lord who ruled over several states. She has 2 horse farms in her territory. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the Lord to stop her alone, Han Yu continued. The most important thing now is to dispatch the 3 armies and prepare for war. The confrontation between 2 armies did not depend on who had a better family background and who would get more points. In troubled times, not to mention the aristocratic families, even if a knife was placed on their necks, they would still be beheaded. Su Fei was born in the Su family of Zhe County. If there was a ranking list of his family background, this guy could definitely climb to the top 50 in Dongqing. But what happened? Did his noble family save his life? Not only was he forced to die, but his wife and concubines were also raped by the thugs in front of his corpse. Only one of his children was left. Instead of talking about family background, it was better to say that the winner takes all. The winner was crowned king, and the loser's corpse was left in the wilderness. Ching Sun also took the opportunity to say, "Well, Wenbin is right." They ended the conversation in a hurry. After the two of them separated, Han Yu looked at Ching Sun's back with a complicated expression. He was very sure of Ching Sun's talent and rationality, but his stubbornness about his family background gave him a headache. His lord, Su Pei, had many talented people under his command. They were loyal, intelligent, and courageous. Ever since the establishment of the team, Su Pei had never worried about the lack of talent. On the other hand, if it weren't for the participation of a few experts in the education field and the joint efforts of the Golden Scale Court to become a talent selection market, would she have enough people under her command? Not enough at all. Even now, it was a little hard to make ends meet, let alone in the past. With such a huge difference in the team, how could Jiang Pingji still firmly suppress Su Pei? It wasn't that Han Yu didn't understand, but he tried to persuade Su Pei indirectly, but Su Pei still didn't change. What else could he do? Su Pei valued the aristocratic families and looked down on the talented commoners, making them sit on the bench every day. Even the warmest of hearts would freeze. Thinking of this, Han Yu felt a little irritated for no reason. He simply found something for himself to do, such as inspecting the training of the soldiers in the military camp. As soon as he arrived at the drill ground, he heard a thunderous command. The soldiers followed the command and waved their spears, advancing and retreating in a clean and efficient manner. Captain Xie, Han Yu saw Xie, who was training the soldiers on the drill ground. Xie was a man with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and eyes as dark as ink. He was heroic and handsome. At this moment, he was bare-chested, revealing his muscular upper body. He was personally teaching the soldiers how to use the spear to defend against the enemy. Han. Military Counselor Han, Xie withdrew his spear and was about to step forward when a gust of cold wind suddenly blew past him, making him feel a little chilly. He was slightly embarrassed and grabbed a long robe that was piled up at the side, hastily putting it on to cover his muscles. "Why are you here, military counselor?" Han Yu said, "There will be big movements in the next few days. I'm thinking of countermeasures, so I dropped by to see how your training is going." Xie said, "I see." Han Yu looked at the young man in front of him. He was 2 years younger than him, but he was a head taller than him. No wonder he was an elite from the Xies. Han Yu smiled and squinted his eyes, watching Xie train the soldiers. Because of the presence of the military counselor, Xie, who was already strict, became even stricter, causing the soldiers to complain secretly. When the day's training was over, many of them were too tired to get up. "Why are all of you so tired? We've made a fool of ourselves in front of the military counselor. Continue to lie down, 2 more rounds of training." Xie was angry and amused at the same time. A few of the more cunning adjutants smiled and begged for mercy. "The general is mighty. We can't stand it anymore. We'll get up now, we'll get up now." Xie picked up the armor that was scattered on the side and held the helmet in his other hand. He invited Han Yu, military counselor, "You haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't you stay for a meal?" Chapter 1135. Whether it was a prosperous or chaotic world, talents were the backbone of a force's development. Jiang Pingji's strategists and generals all relied on swindling and swindling. Huang Song relied on his relatives from the Yuan family and Feng Ju's network of connections. Su Bei's side was no exception. Compared to the disparity in the talent structure of the former two, the latter's source of talent was more singular. Apart from a small number of vassals of the Su family, the rest were all famous scholars of various regions. Very few of them were from poor families. Even if they did, they would most likely end up sitting on the bench. Regardless of whether one was a civil official or a military general, if they wanted to be valued by Su Bei, they needed both talent and family background. On this point, apart from a few, most people, including Su Bei himself, felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Bei valued the aristocratic families and despised the poor. His reputation with the outside world was much better than Jiang Pingji's. In order to build up his reputation, he often visited famous scholars from all over the world. He was courteous and thirsty for talent. Now that he had made a name for himself and everyone was praising him, the rest would be easy. Like a blooming flower, the fragrance it emitted attracted countless bees seeking nectar. Only when famous people pledged their allegiance would they take the initiative to visit. After a round of selections, Su Bei's team of civil officials had basically taken shape. Su Bei was a picky person and had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Most of the civil officials were of noble birth, but not all of the military generals were boorish men, right? Hence, Su Bei's team of generals was also an all-star lineup. It was incomparably luxurious. Take Xie Zhe, for example. He was born in the Xia clan, and in terms of family background, he was able to suppress all the military officials and strategists. He was almost comparable to his lord, Su Bei. If this had happened more than 20 years ago, during the golden age of the Gongning Xia family, even Su Bei would have been inferior to him. No matter how one looked at it, Su Bei was someone who knew how to run a business. Of course, knowing how to run a business did not mean success. It wasn't impossible to play the worst possible scenario with the best cards in hand. Counselor, are you not going to eat? Is it because the food in the camp is too coarse? Xie Zhe chewed the vegetables and ate the rice, finishing the 2 big bowls in no time. His movements were neat and tidy, and the plates were even cleaner than his face. He only put down his chopsticks after he was 80% full. Seeing that Han Yu was preoccupied and had no appetite, she couldn't help but show her concern. Han Yu came back to his senses and looked embarrassed. No, I was worried about something else. I was too engrossed in my thoughts. He picked up his chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls. The coarse rice grains were still a little raw, and the cold and hard-dried vegetables made him a little uncomfortable. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Xie Zhe's table was empty except for a bowl of clear soup with egg drops floating on it. Both of them had the same food. Han Yu tasted nothing, while Xie Zhe ate happily. Commandant Xie's eccentricity makes me feel ashamed. Han Yu almost forced himself to finish the food. The more he did so, the more he appreciated Xie Zhe. Xie Zhe wasn't stupid either. He understood immediately. He smiled and said, I'm used to it. The food in the army is not bad. Xie Zhe was of noble birth, but the Xia family was a family of martial arts. Naturally, it was different from other families. In an environment where Confucianism was revered, most of the Xia family's disciples were military strategists, and the books they studied were mostly related to military strategies. Now that the world was in chaos, Xie Zhe had been recommended to Su Pei's camp by a good friend. At such a young age, he was already the #1 general under Su Pei's command. Why were you worried just now, military advisor? Xie Zhe asked. If you don't mind, military advisor can tell me, and we can discuss it together. This matter has something to do with Commandant Xie, Han Yu said. Lu Shi has led his troops to the south and is heading straight for Zhe County, Hu County, and other places. A war is imminent, and it's almost unavoidable. In my opinion, it will be difficult for the Lord to resist Lu Shi's edge with just her forces. The people under the Lord's command also look down on Lu Shi. With such a mentality, I'm afraid they will suffer a great loss. Selfishly, perhaps they can find an alliance and use it to restrain Lu Shi. Jiang Pingji used alliances to break the deadlock. Naturally, Han Yu could use the same method to make her suffer. 2 against 1 was better than 1 against 1. CSA pondered for a while and asked, "Military advisor, do you want to form an alliance with Huang Song?" The feudal lords around Su Pei were either incompetent or had a grudge against him. Those who were incompetent were mostly swallowed up by Su Pei. Those who had a grudge against him, such as Yang Tao, who had half of Zhangzhou eaten up, were lucky that Su Pei didn't pick up his axe and beat him up. How could he want to form an alliance to fight Jiang Pingji? The only forces that were further away were Huang Song and the Nie family of Zhongzhou. The Nie family was temporarily out of the game and had to clean up their internal affairs. They couldn't join in for the time being. Huang Song was the only one left. Speaking of which, Huang Song had wanted to beat Jiang Pingji up for a long time. Han Yu nodded and said, although the grudge between Lu Shi and Huang Song in Sangzhou and Qinzhou was successfully resolved, the conflict still exists. If it wasn't for the overall situation, the two of them would definitely fight. If something were to happen to the Lord, the next feudal lord to be dealt with would certainly be Huang Song. Most of the strategists under his command are clear-headed. They wouldn't be unaware of the severity of the situation. Huang Song and the Lord are already in a mutually dependent relationship. After Jiang Pingji got rid of Su Pei, the next one would be Huang Song. If Huang Song helped Su Pei fight Jiang Pingji now, it would be 2 against 1. The chances of winning were high. If she waited until she dealt with Su Pei, Huang Song would be helpless. Out of consideration for their own interests, the possibility of Su Pei and Huang Song forming an alliance was not low. CSA said, logically speaking, it's feasible. However, Huang Song is a treacherous person. He might not agree. To him, it's better to learn from the fishermen and wait until the Lord and Lu Shi are evenly matched. Then, he'll look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In that case, it would be more worthwhile to severely injure 2 opponents at once. Han Yu knitted his brows with a heavy heart. CSA smiled and said, the military counselor is very afraid of Lu Shi. The civil and military officials under Su Pei looked down on Jiang Pingji's grassroots team, but Han Yu's style was different from the others. I had some interactions with Lu Shi when I was young. That person can't be judged by common sense. At this point, Han Yu paused and didn't continue. No matter how far away Jiang Pingji was, whenever Han Yu thought of her, he would think of the foot-washing water that flowed upstream. F***CK. F***CK. One day, he would feed her back. CSA echoed, sigh, underestimating the enemy in battle is a big taboo. The military counselor's worries aren't without reason. Jiang Pingji knew nothing about this. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid. War wasn't a turn-based game where one's family background was the highest. Whichever family had a higher score would win. If that was the case, would there still be a day for the poor in this world? Jiang Pingji was in a meeting. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. It was necessary to do homework before going to war. In order to boost morale, everyone liked to analyze the enemy while trampling them to the ground. Strategically, they despised the enemy. Tactically, they valued the enemy. The analysis started with Su Pei. Then, they picked out the more famous civil and military officials. Needless to say, Han Yu was an old acquaintance. Wei Ci was his classmate. He even knew how old Wei Ci was, let alone the others. Qing Sun, who had been active in the public eye recently, was Qing Yuan's elder brother. It wasn't difficult to find him either. As for the other famous scholars of virtue and prestige, their deeds before Su Bei became an official were also investigated. Chapter 1136. When she was done, she picked out the more famous generals under Su Pei's banner and analyzed them all. Xie. Jiang Pingji read out a name. There aren't many with the surname Xie in Dongqing with a good background. Because of Su Pei's obsessive-compulsive disorder, the people under his banner were all from good families. Xie was one of the top 3 generals under Su Pei's banner, so his family background was definitely not low. Yang Si and Su Pei had been in contact for 2 years and had a basic understanding of each other's power, but there was not much information about Xie. Wei Ci glanced at Li Yun, who was baffled by his stare. Xie. If I remember correctly, this person is from the Desolate Xie family. Hearing the words, Desolate Xie family, Li Yun could not help but perk up his ears. That was the family that raised his father, Xie Qian. Jiang Pingji glanced at the booklet in her hands. According to the information, Xie was indeed related to the Desolate Xie family. It should be. Because of Li Yun, Jiang Pingji had also learned about the Desolate Xie family, but that was a few years ago. According to Lu Shi, something happened more than 20 years ago. The Desolate Xie family and the Langyuang family faded out of the public eye at almost the same time. From that time on, the two families slowly recalled their sons who held important positions in the court, leaving only a few idle positions. I haven't seen the Desolate Xie family in a long time. I didn't expect them to support Su Pei in secret, Jiang Pingji pouted, deeply doubting Lu Shi's judgment of the Desolate Xie family. She was the one with the potential, but now she was relying on the opposing family. There must be an inside story, Wei Ci said with a smile. Wei Ci said with a smile. The biggest cheat he had in his rebirth was probably knowing the gossip of various families. If I remember correctly, Xie and Duke Xinzhao are brothers-in-law. Since he became an official, Duke Xinzhao is most likely related by marriage. Rather than helping an outsider, why not help one's own relatives? Brother-in-law. Jiang Pingji was surprised. Wei Ci said, Su Pei's wife was born in the Desolate Xie family. She is the eldest daughter, and her younger sister was betrothed to Xie. Therefore, they are brothers-in-law. Many unforeseen events had happened in this life, causing many things to be different from the previous life, but most interpersonal relationships had not changed. Jiang Pingji said, I see. Wei Ci continued, speaking of which, this Xie and Han Mei are somewhat related. Li Yun, who was called out, was dumbfounded. The surprise of life is to suddenly have a relative. The atmosphere at the scene was so relaxed that it didn't seem like a pre-war analysis meeting, but more like a gossip exchange. Everyone listened with great interest. Li Yun's identity wasn't a secret, but he wouldn't go around announcing it. Therefore, many people didn't know about it. Who would have thought that the poor lad Li Yun, who everyone saw as an inspiration, was actually a tall, rich, and handsome man? Han Mei's father, Xie Qian, was the eldest son of the Xie family. Now, the leader of the Xie family is Xie Qian's younger legitimate brother and Xie is the leader's legitimate son. In terms of seniority, Han Mei is his cousin. Wei Ci said, the leader of the Xie family has 5 sons and 3 daughters. Xie is ranked 5th. Everyone was astonished. Their gazes towards Li Yun became even more passionate. If that's the case, if Uncle Xie Qian hadn't died that year, our Han Mei would have been the rightful successor to the Xie clan's patriarch. Dian Yan teased as he patted Li Yun's shoulder. Jiang Pingji also chimed in. Adding on the flaw of his family background, wasn't Li Yun the Prince Charming of the live stream room's viewers' dreams? Li Yun said embarrassedly, I'm afraid that what happened that year is a hurdle in my father's heart. This matter shouldn't be mentioned. Why was Xie Qian removed from the Xie family? Li Yun was well aware of the reason. It was all the fault of the evildoer who possessed his mother's body. That year, Xie Qian brought Li Yun and Wang Huijun to Hejin County to seek an audience with Master Qin, hoping to produce an evildoer who would take over the nest of the magpies. Unexpectedly, the evildoer discovered it one step ahead and acted first, attempting to silence Xie Qian. After the incident, she produced irrefutable evidence to falsely accuse Xie Qian of killing his wife and absconding. On the other hand, he climbed onto the throne of Dongqing's emperor. The Xie family was forced to hand over Xie Qian. At first, the Xie family supported Xie Qian with all their might. They searched for Xie Qian while contending with the Dongqing royal family. However, the woman from another world had many tricks up her sleeves. She relied on the items given by the system to set up several immortal traps. The Xie family could escape once, but they couldn't escape a second time. In the end, in order to clean up the mess, they could only take a step back and remove Xie Qian from the family. The Wang family, on the other hand, felt deeply ashamed. The most honorable lady of the Wang family was actually willing to become the concubine of the descendant of a cart driver. How shameful! In the eyes of the Wang family of Langia, the ancestors of the Dongqing royal family were cart drivers. Even if they sat on the throne and wore the dragon robes, they were still cart drivers who couldn't be seen in public. The woman from another world happily climbed onto the throne and entered the palace. Her methods of flattering and seducing the master were all heard by the families of Dongqing. She was full of tricks. It was even more exciting than pornographic novels. The noble lady of the Wang family, one of the twin beauties, actually took off her clothes and danced for the emperor in front of the palace maids. She took the initiative to use her mouth and hands to relieve the emperor and said those filthy words. The Wang family was deeply embarrassed. They could only choose to retire and use time to forget the shameful Wang Huiyun. They had no choice but to retire. They couldn't let others misunderstand the Wang family's upbringing and that they could only produce playthings comparable to prostitutes. There were 4 noble families in Dongqing: the Feng family of Xiangyang, the Wang family of Langia, the Xie family of Ganning, and the Meng family of Zhangzhou. Among the 4 families, the Feng family, the Wang family, and the Xie family had the longest history. The Wang family couldn't stand this kind of grievance. It was too shameful. Wang Huiyun was shameless, but the other ladies of the Wang family were. Since Li Yun had said so, the others naturally wouldn't pursue the matter to the end. At most, they gave him a smile that could only be understood but not expressed in words. The following gossip meeting. The pre-war analysis meeting basically centered around Wei Ci. None of the intelligence gathered was as detailed as he was. When it came to the relationships between the families, their temperaments, and their experiences, he knew everything that was written in the intelligence, and he knew everything that was not written in the intelligence. It was really an encyclopedia. Not only were the generals and officials listening with relish, but the audience was also listening happily. There was even an audience member who said, "If Beauty Ci was in our world, the #1 paparazzi wouldn't be a match for him." Jiang Pingji inadvertently glanced at him and secretly felt sorry for him. After the meeting, she turned off the streaming room and secretly asked Wei Ci, "How do you know so much?" Wei Ci paused suspiciously. "My lord, do you dislike me for being talkative?" He was so clear about the family affairs, and it spanned across the 5 countries. He didn't wait for Jiang Pingji to speak and said, "It's just that I was too free in the past. It's more convenient to deal with the situation of the families." The male emperor had the Empress to help him deal with the trivial matters between the officials and the noblewomen, but it was a little awkward for the Empress. Wei Ci dealt with these trivial matters in secret, and then passed the memorial to His Majesty. Chapter 1137. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Pingji deliberately lowered her voice and teased him with a smile. "With such a virtuous husband, what more can I ask for?" Suddenly, the heat climbed from Wei Si's collarbone to his ears, making him embarrassed and unnatural. Jiang Pingji loved to see Wei Si's embarrassed look. Every time she saw it, her mood would be better. She stopped while she was ahead and changed the topic with a smile. It's a pity for Han Mei. If it wasn't for the evildoer, maybe he'd be the real god's favored one now. He was a winner in life, but he was ruined by a girl from another world who didn't know what to do. Xie Qian was pitiful, Li Yun was pitiful, and the real Wang Huiyun was even more wrong than Dou Yi. Jiang Pingji had seen the rubbing of Wang Huiyun's manuscript. In terms of talent, even the famous people of the time were inferior to her. Maybe after a few hundred years, she could still be a talented woman praised by the people of the future. Now, probably only that suspected talented slut was left. She cheated on her marriage for no reason, cruelly attempted to kill her husband and son, went crazy and seduced the 3 brothers of the royal family, followed the eldest brother, then the second brother who usurped the throne, and finally had sex with the 3rd brother, Prince Changshu. She was willing to become a concubine even if she fell out with her family. The future generations wanted to adapt her story into a television series, but they couldn't even clear her name. Jiang Pingji didn't know whether to say that the woman from another world was brainless or that the system was too disgusting. The model couple who loved each other were not only separated by life and death, but the family of 3 also fell apart. If the same thing happened to her, she would make the woman from another world pay no matter how poor she was. She was feeling sorry for Li Yun's family, but Wei Si's words stunned her. Evildoer? What evildoer? He looked puzzled. Jiang Pingji then realized that Wei Si still didn't know about the woman from another world. She frowned and generously shared the gossip with Wei Si. She also wanted to know if the system was involved in Wei Si's life. She didn't know why, but she felt that something was wrong, like a puzzle that was missing a few important pieces. Han Mei's mother, Wang Huiyun, was possessed by an unknown evildoer when she gave birth. Xie Qian noticed that the person next to him had changed her mind and was trying to use Master Liaochen to get rid of the demon. However, the evildoer was quite capable. He had noticed the news one step ahead and made the first move to ambush Xie Qian and the monk, Han Mei, who was still in swaddling clothes. Xie Qian was lucky enough to escape, but unfortunately, he lost his memory. He and Han Mei ended up stranded in Wanzhou. The evildoer used Wang Huiyun's body to serve 2 sovereigns and 1 king, giving birth to a son and a daughter. His son is the 4th prince of Dongqing, Wu Majun. His daughter is Lu Huan, who was adopted by my father. After that, the evildoer hooked up with the emperor of Zhongzhou. She gave up her position as the imperial concubine and went to Zhongzhou to repeat the same trick. She took over the body of the eldest daughter of the Du family and entered the palace to become the empress. Oh, that's right, she also wrote the famous 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. This piece of gossip made Wei Si dumbfounded on the spot. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji had closed the streaming room in advance. Otherwise, Wei Si's blank and stunned expression would have been seen by other fairies. After a long while, Wei Si regained his senses. What about being possessed by a demon? He could be reborn from the future and return to his youth. Such a strange thing had already happened, not to mention being possessed by a demon. Wei Si carefully recalled the information related to Li Yun and said with certainty, as far as I know, there are no traces of this evildoer. Come to think of it, there is really a hand called fate in the unseen world, pushing everything. How can it be so easy to change fate? Jiang Pingji acutely sensed that something was wrong. Zixiao, you mean, even if there was no evildoer, Han Mei's fate would not change? Without the intervention of the evildoer, logically speaking, Li Yun should be the legitimate Zongzi of the Xie family. Indeed, as far as I know, Han Mei has always been Li Yun and not Xie Yun. Wei Si nodded, confirming Jiang Pingji's guess. This matter has to start from Han Mei's previous generation. Although there was no evildoer causing trouble, Xie Qian and his wife's lives were equally rough. In Wei Xi's previous life, there was no interference from the woman from another world or the system. The aristocratic families were still prosperous, but the Dongqing royal family was similarly rotten to the core. What was the tradition of the Dongqing royal family? There were only things that others could not think of, and there was nothing that they did not dare to do. Killing brothers, seizing sister-in-law, tarnishing the official's wife, humiliating the concubine's mother. How could it be summed up with the word chaos? However, the emperor only dared to bully the officials of humble origins. In the face of the imperial power, how could the commoners of humble families resist? Even if they tarnished their wives, they could not cause a ruckus. One year, during the general assessment, Prince Changshu sponsored an assembly. Xie Qian and his wife happened to be in Shangjing, and they also received an invitation. Coincidentally, the emperor was also dressed in a white dragon-fish suit. At the assembly, he fell in love with the beautiful Wang Huiyun at first sight. Since then, he could not eat or drink, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, Xie Qian and his wife's backing was too strong. Even the emperor did not dare to touch them casually. In order to gain the emperor's favor, a eunuch by the emperor's side secretly gave him a rotten idea. Organize a hunting activity, use the hunting to send Xie Qian away, and then let the noblewomen of the royal family trick Wang Huiyun and make her submit. The emperor thought that Wang Huiyun would not dare to make a fuss for the sake of the family's reputation and would swallow this grievance in silence. Unexpectedly, she was extremely ambitious. The emperor accidentally killed Wang Huiyun. When Xie Qian realized the truth, he lost his rationality and set up an ambush in the hunting ground to kill the emperor. Although the aftermath was done well, it was hard to guarantee that the truth would not be exposed. In order not to implicate the family, he could only pretend to fall off a cliff with his son and fake his death to hide in the forest. After the emperor's death, he was conferred the title of Emperor Yang of Qing. Emperor Yang's second brother, Prince Gongshun of Hejian, killed his eldest nephew and usurped the throne. The Xia family and the Wang family contributed greatly to the destruction of the Dongqing royal family. Although the time-traveling woman interfered, the fate of Xie Qian's family was not much different from the previous life. If not, Wei Xi would have noticed the difference between Li Yun and the previous life. It's not easy for Xie Qian. After hearing Wei Xi's words, Jiang Pingji felt a little more sympathy for Xie Qian. Where is the demon that my lord mentioned hiding now? Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily and asked, "Why are you asking this? Are you going to run off to get rid of the demon?" Wei Xi nodded honestly and said, "I know a little about Xianshu. Although I can't compare to Master Liaochen or Zhenren Liuru, but..." Jiang Pingji imagined the scene of Wei Xi carrying a peachwood sword and holding a talisman to catch the demon. She suddenly laughed out loud. "Zixiao, you'd better be my strategist. That demon has been killed by me long ago. Is it your turn to save the damsel in distress?" Jiang Pingji did not know the level of Wei Xi's Xianshu, but he did not even notice the abnormality of the yin and yang jade pendant. If he met the time-traveling woman, not to mention getting rid of the demon, he might have been pressed to the ground by the demon and lost his chastity. She could cook the frog in her house. Others could not even think about it, let alone touch it. Wei Xi looked embarrassed and looked at Jiang Pingji with hidden bitterness. After a while, Jiang Pingji looked like a curious baby and asked him, "Is there really Xianshu in this world?" She believed in science, but she was also quite interested in ghosts and gods. "Of course there is." Wei Xi saw through her thoughts and added, "It exists if you believe it, it doesn't exist if you don't." Chapter 1138. Please read it, my lord. After flirting with Wei Xi, she still had to do what she had to do. In ancient times, wars were fought with a good reason. In layman's terms, there had to be a legitimate reason to start a war. With a reason, the officials had to announce it to the world. Jiang Pingji handed the matter of the declaration to Qiguan Rang and became a hands-off boss. It was fine for her to speak in the vernacular, but it was difficult for her to write in classical Chinese. The literati of ancient times did not use vulgarities when they scolded others. They had to scold in a refined and reserved manner, yet they had to scold to their heart's content. Qiguan Rang did not disappoint her. This declaration seemed to explode in a small universe, and it was written extremely viciously. The entire declaration had more than 1,000 words. Every word was painful, and every sentence was heart-wrenching. Every piece of incriminating information had concrete evidence. From the crime to the accusation, no one could refute it. The viciousness made it seem as if it wanted to dig out the graves of 18 generations of people's ancestors. It made one want to vomit blood. Jiang Pingji liked it. Jiang Pingji was very satisfied. The audience in the streaming room ate melons while watching the master in the streaming room. After reading it, everyone expressed that the declaration seemed very ordinary. Yida Chugum, although I like Qiguan Rang very much, this declaration is really ordinary. At least I won't be angry when I read it. Xingxing Kai Hong Tang, I second the comment above. He won't be beaten up by Qiguan Rang's fans, will he? Snoopy, the literary talent of the declaration is worthy of recognition, but the content. I don't think it will anger Su Bei. Streamer, you need a Chin Linda. It was said that Chin Linda's declaration made old Chow break out in a cold sweat after reading it. His head was so swollen that it stopped hurting. The audience expressed that they were not affected at all. Even a 10-year-old kid on their side could win this level of scolding. Liu Siji Lianming, consider the context of the era. Do you think Qiguan Rang and the rest scolded people continuously, cursing the other party's parents and 18 generations of ancestors? For example, NMB, CNMB, WCNMB. The level of the declaration was already ruthless enough. The audience in the streaming room lived in an era of information explosion. The internet was a virtual platform. People could vent their inner darkness to their heart's content, cursing other people's female relatives for no reason. In ancient times, there were naturally people who were full of vulgarities. However, for scholars like Qiguan Rang, who had been well-read since young, it was probably more difficult for them to open their mouths and say "motherf ****" than for the streamer to unify Jojo. If this declaration of war is issued, Su Bei will definitely bear a grudge against Wenjing. Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile, but Qiguan Rang did not budge. So be it. As long as his lord didn't lose, he didn't need to be afraid of how many people would hate him. Alright, use this declaration of war and send it out, Jiang Pingji said. I can already imagine Su Bei's ashen face and the look on his face as he vomits blood. Qiguan Rang bowed and said, yes. Once the declaration was announced to the world, Su Bei quickly received the news. Su Bei's reaction was more intense than Jiang Pingji had imagined. He was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly, as if he would stop breathing at any moment. Lanting, did Lu Shi really say that? Su Bei extended his finger and pointed to the north. He looked as if he had suffered a great blow. Not only was his face ashen with anger, but even his breathing was labored. The declaration of war has already been sent out. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the feudal lords know about it. Han Yu mercilessly stated the truth. Su Bei choked on his words. He was so angry that he wanted to slap the table to vent his anger, but his years of upbringing allowed him to restrain himself. Who didn't know how to send a declaration of war? If Lu Shi dared to make the first move, don't blame him for retaliating. His subordinates had never lost a battle of insults. Don't be fooled by Su Bei's tendency to value the aristocratic families and despise the poor. He didn't blindly value them. At least the aristocratic families that he valued had real capabilities. For example, the officials in his tent were all famous scholars who had made it onto the annual evaluation list. In terms of overall literary talent, Jiang Pingji's side was really not up to par. While preparing for a counterattack through public opinion, she also plotted to regain her dignity. The declaration of war had already been sent out. The arrow on the bowstring had to be fired. This battle had to be fought even if they didn't want to. Su Bei asked, Lu Shi's 10,000 vanguard troops are still stationed outside Shanwu City, right? Han Yu replied, yes. Find a reason to take it down. How can we allow the enemy to linger on the side of our bed? The 10,000 elites under Lu Shi's command are comparable to an ordinary army of 30,000. If we allow them to train outside Shanwu City, I don't know how the world will ridicule me. It's better to eradicate them and give Lu Shi some warning. Su Bei said angrily. At this moment, he made a decision in a very straightforward manner. There was no trace of his usual hesitation. Han Yu replied, yes. Even if they allowed the enemy's elites to linger on their own territory, they couldn't do it this way. Qin Gong and Su Bei had a grudge against each other for murdering their master. That fellow would definitely find an opportunity to avenge Su Fei. If this vanguard troop was eliminated, it could suppress Jiang Pingji's morale and boost the morale of the army. Secondly, it could give Jiang Pingji a little warning. If there was only Qin Gong, Su Bei's plan would have a high chance of success. The 10,000 elites might have been swallowed up. However, besides Qin Gong, there was also Yang Si who assisted him in the vanguard. Yang Si was not an outsider. He had interacted with Su Bei for 2 years. How could he not know Su Bei's character? When he saw the declaration of war, he slapped his thigh. He scolded, what a good Qiguan Wenjing. You scolded to your heart's content. But it's hard on these old bones of mine. Qin Gong was shocked by him. His face was full of confusion. Qing Yuan asked, what is the meaning of this, military counselor? Yang Si replied, Su Bei is the most petty person. Wenjing used the declaration of war to scold him. He can't find trouble with the Lord, so why not use us as an example? If nothing goes wrong, there will be movements in Shanqing after dark in the next 2 days. They will ambush our camp. This is not a place to stay for long. Based on his understanding of Su Bei, this troublemaker was usually as indecisive as a young lady. When he was agitated, he was especially decisive. The situation was tense. It was better to retreat first. If it was a small-scale battle, 10,000 elites would definitely be enough. However, when they had rushed to support Su Fei, the army had not brought any extra military equipment other than rations and other necessities. Without siege equipment, they would not be able to cause much damage to Shanqing. Instead, they would lose their lives. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would strategically retreat. Yang Si thought for a moment and decided to retreat. The Lord's army is not far from Hu County. If we retreat now, we can rendezvous with them. Qin Gong was speechless. At this moment, Yang Si was exceptionally glad that his lord valued the delivery of intelligence. If this declaration of war had been sent 2 days later, they would not even know how they were killed by Su Bei's schemes. If we retreat now, we will definitely alert Shanqing and cause them to pursue us. Qin Gong frowned and suggested, why don't we wait for the sky to turn dark and leave the tents and bonfires as they are? Then, we can lead the soldiers and retreat slowly. By the time they discover us, we will have already retreated far away. As Yang Si expected, Su Bei gathered his troops and prepared for a night attack. However, they pounced on empty air. By the time the army arrived, there was not even a shadow left, let alone a human figure. Yang Jing Rong. Su Bei's first reaction was to think of Yang Si. Instantly, he felt a toothache. Did he smear oil on the soles of his feet? Chapter 1139. Sieze looked at the gloomy Su Bei and volunteered himself. My lord, judging by the time, they haven't gone far. Do you want me to lead some men to chase after them? Su Bei suppressed the anger in his chest. He didn't show any extreme reactions on the surface, but in his heart, he had already criticized Yang Si countless times. Of course we have to chase after them. Once we catch up, we will kill them without mercy. Su Bei recalled the order he had read during the day and his heart ached even more. He couldn't make an example of Jiang Pingji or Qiguan Rang, but he could use Yang Si and his men to repay some of the interest. Hu County was considered his home ground. If he allowed a few outsiders to do as they pleased in his territory, would he still have any face left? Sieze replied, Yes, my lord. He was about to leave when Han Yu, who had accompanied him, said, Officer Xia, please wait. You aren't familiar with the terrain here. Let me go with you. Although the terrain of Hu County was flat, the mountain range near Shanqing was complex and rugged. It was the best place for an ambush. Sieze wasn't familiar with the terrain near Shanqing. If he chased after them rashly, he was afraid that he would be fooled by Yang Si. Han Yu's actions made Sieze feel grateful. He looked at him with a joyful expression. Thank you, military advisor. Sieze and Han Yu led the troops in pursuit. Without a professional scapegoat, the officials under Su Bei's command didn't dare to go against the wind for fear of angering their lord. Everyone was silent. Su Bei looked at the burning campfire in the enemy's camp. The anger in his heart grew. Burn it, burn it. It's an eyesore. Su Bei ordered his men to burn down the camp. Watching the fire burn, the anger in his heart dissipated a little. Unbeknownst to him, the fire spread up to the sky. It was as if an orange sun was about to rise from the horizon. In the distance, with his strong eyesight, Qin Gong faintly saw a red glow in the direction of the original camp. He admired Yang Si even more. Military advisor, look. Our camp is on fire. That bastard Su Bei has really flown into a rage out of humiliation. Qin Gong reminded Yang Si. Yang Si's reaction was very lively. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't for this reaction, he wouldn't be Su Bei. In the eyes of the enemy, Yang Si's reaction was extremely annoying, but in the eyes of his teammates, it was cute, lively, and humorous. Qin Gong imagined Su Bei stomping his feet in anger. His mood was extremely good, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When Qing Yuan saw that the two of them were so happy, he could not help but pour a bucket of cold water on them. According to the military advisor, Su Bei is a narrow-minded person. Not only did he burn down the tents to vent his anger, he will definitely send troops to chase after us. Qing Yuan frowned and worried. They took advantage of the night to leave. In order not to expose their tracks, they did not even dare to light a torch on the way. Although the soldiers were strong, the mountain road was rugged and difficult to traverse. There were no torches to illuminate the way, so the speed of the army was greatly hindered. On the other hand, Su Bei's pursuers did not have to worry about this. Their speed of pursuit was definitely faster than theirs. In less than 4 to 6 hours, he would definitely be able to catch up to them. Yang Si replied, of course Su Bei would send troops to pursue us. If he didn't do so, would he be the narrow-minded Su Bei? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Si spared no effort in defaming Su Bei. Qing Yuan's eyelids were half-lidded. He asked him coldly, since the military advisor has already predicted this, I'm sure you have a countermeasure. Yang Si replied, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. Jiang Pingji's strategists all had different temperaments. Putting aside Wei Ci, Feng Jin, and the others, Yang Si was considered to be easier to get along with among them. Occasionally, they could joke around. Forgive me for being slow-witted, I don't understand the military advisor's meaning. In other words, Qing Yuan's words meant, speak human language, don't pretend. Yang Si rode on the horse's back, leisurely holding on to the reins. His body seemed to have no bones as it jolted along with the horse. Although we don't know who is leading the troops in pursuit, that person's understanding of the terrain around Shanwu City is certainly not as clear as our field officer Qin. Yang Si said with absolute certainty, now that the sky is dark, there is no blockade in front of us, but they have to guard against our ambush. Qing Yuan suddenly understood. Does the military advisor mean to deliberately mislead us and use this to delay time? Yang Si replied, not only this, but we can also test out who is pursuing us. Qin Gong listened attentively at the side. When he heard this, he could not help but interrupt and ask. Test out who is pursuing us. Can you even test out this? The night was dark and visibility was too low. They did not light torches to illuminate, so the scouts could not find out who the enemy's general was. Yes. Yang Si said, after a few tests, we most likely have an idea. If it is an ordinary person, the deliberate misdirection will naturally play a big role, and we can take the opportunity to ambush them. If it is someone like Han Yu, we can at most deceive him for a while, not to mention setting up an ambush. In other words, they could judge whether the opponent's leader was difficult to deal with based on the enemy's reaction speed. Yang Si sighed. Si and Wenbin have been dealing with each other for several years, and we know each other very well. If he chases us, I'm afraid it will be a tough battle. Qin Gong said, the military advisor will certainly not lose to him. Yang Si smiled cheekily, that's natural. Han Wenbin is still too much of a gentleman. Naturally, he will not be able to defeat Si. After hearing this, Qin Gong and Qing Yuan fell into a strange silence. Didn't Yang Si's words mean that he was even more shameless than Han Yu? Qin Gong was very familiar with the terrain around the Barbican. After all, he had led the soldiers under his command to train in these places. In order to prevent the enemy from being one step ahead of them, Qin Gong also carefully selected a route that was suitable for an ambush, but without taking a shortcut. This night was destined to be thrilling. It is indeed Yang Jingrong's doing. She is very good at hiding the truth. With the light of the torch, Han Yu could barely see the surrounding terrain. It was a col, narrow on the outside and wide on the inside, which was very suitable for an ambush. Han Yu dared not gamble with the lives of his soldiers, so he could only send someone to investigate. The scouts reported that there were traces of an ambush near the colonel. If the scouts didn't find anything, Han Yu would have been a little worried. But when they said that they found shadows of people lying in ambush, he was not worried anymore. Military advisor Han, is there an ambush on the other side of the call, an ambush? Before Xie could finish, Han Yu said with certainty, I'm afraid not. If it was someone else, this call was indeed a good place to set up an ambush, but Yang Si was different. He liked to do things in the opposite direction. In places that others thought were impossible to set up an ambush, he liked to play some tricks to catch people off guard. Xie frowned. He ordered the army to temporarily rest and reorganize while he sent someone into the call to test the situation. Just as Han Yu had guessed, the shadows that the scouts found were only the maze that Yang Si had set up. Although there were traces of an ambush on both sides of the call, there were actually no soldiers lying in ambush. There were only piles of stones and withered branches and weeds. Under the cover of the night, it was extremely difficult to tell whether it was a human or something else. The shadows were very good at fooling people. At least the scouts were fooled. Han Yu frowned and said in a low voice, continue to chase. If we don't catch up with them by dawn, the army can prepare to return. Xie was in a dilemma. If so, the Lord, Han Yu said, it's okay. I will explain everything to the Lord. The night was dark. Yang Si didn't dare to light an open fire, so the marching speed was greatly reduced. Once the sun rose, they would be able to see clearly. Wouldn't they be able to run fast? Chapter 1140. Military Advisor Han. It's less than an hour before daybreak. Xiaozhe looked at Han Yu with a serious expression. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Throughout the night, the closest distance between them and the enemy was less than a quarter of an hour's walk. However, the enemy was cunning and they managed to widen the gap. The enemy seemed to have calculated everything and always escaped at the most critical moment. They were right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't catch them. As Yang Si said, Han Yu was too much of a gentleman. He was at a disadvantage when he met a guy like Yang Si who faced the wind head-on. Not only was his positioning a mystery, but his maneuvering was also breathtaking. Less than an hour. Han Yu looked up at the night sky and blinked his dry eyes. He only felt better when he forced tears out of his eyes. It was a big burden for Han Yu to stay up all night and follow the army to chase after the enemy. Xiaozhe said, they should be able to reach the border of Sichuan Plain before daybreak. The night sky was much lighter and the visibility was much higher than before. It was less difficult to travel. Sichuan Plain. Xiaozhe sighed. We miscalculated this time. We shouldn't have waited until nightfall to launch a sneak attack. Han Yu said helplessly, Lu Shi's troops are not the same as ordinary elites. If we had chosen to fight face to face, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill 10,000 people, but it would have been a great loss. How could the Lord agree to a deal that involves sacrificing 800 men to kill 1,000 of the enemy? Han Yu hadn't seen the combat strength of Jiang Pingji's elite troops, but according to his analysis, they were definitely the best in the world. If Jiang Pingji didn't have such confidence, she wouldn't have dared to attack Su Bei after tearing apart the Mangs and the northern borderline. Releasing the dragon into the sea and the tiger back to the mountain. Xiaozhe's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. There will be endless troubles in the future. Han Yu snorted and said, it's not that we can't stop them, Yang Si had played a trick on him all night. If he didn't get back at him, he would be seen through. Sichuan Plain is a good place. Xiaozhe was confused. He didn't understand what was so good about Sichuan Plain. Yang Si said, speaking of Sichuan Plain, what do you think of first? Xiaozhe was originally from the north. He was half a northerner, so he didn't know much about the south. However, if we were talking about the Sichuan Plain, Chang Sichuan. Exactly. Han Yu said. Yang Jingrong dug a pit for herself and jumped into it unknowingly. Why do you say that? Han Yu answered, the Chang massacre at Sichuan. It tells the story of how Prime Minister Huang Fu killed 500,000 rattan-armored soldiers of the Chang Wu tribe at the Sichuan Plain with the help of black oil and fire before the establishment of the Xia dynasty. Everyone knows about this, but does Commandant Xian know the details of the battle that year? Xiaozhe's knowledge of Sichuan butchering Chang was limited to the history books. Could it be that there are other inside stories? It's not really the inside story, but it's more detailed. Han Yu said, the historical records are not wrong, but they are too brief. The Qiangu tribe was the ancestor of the northern borderline. Their horse riding skills were top-notch. They galloped like the wind and were almost invincible. Their advantage was speed. Prime Minister Huang Fu pretended to be defeated several times and sacrificed the lives of 20,000 soldiers to make the Qiangu tribe lose their composure. Only then did he lure them into the Sichuan Plain. This was only one of his many plans. If the news of our army was not as good as the cavalry of the Qiangu tribe, the cavalry of the Qiangu tribe would be able to gather and break out of the encirclement. In order to avoid this, the Prime Minister built a secret beacon in the Sichuan Plain. Later, when the world was settled, these beacon towers were either demolished or abandoned. Han Yu sneered. 2 years ago, Yang Jingrong represented his lord, Lu Shi, to form an alliance with the Lord. For the sake of the overall situation, the Lord and Ling Wengong joined forces to fight against Wu Mashang, the county chief of Shanghai County at that time. At that time, they also fought to the Sichuan Plain. Yang Jingrong mentioned the beacon towers and reactivated the abandoned beacon towers to transmit information between the two places. Xie Zhe's eyes widened slightly. He could vaguely guess what Han Yu wanted to do. They could not catch up with Yang Xi's army, but the beacon towers could transmit information much faster than riding a horse at night. By igniting the beacon towers and gathering the troops stationed in the Sichuan Plain in advance, they could besiege or launch a sneak attack. Even if they could not kill Yang Xi and the others, they could at least make them flee. Yang Xi was still unaware of all this. It'll be dawn in less than an hour. Yang Xi rode on the horse and secretly moved his position. After riding for a long time, his buttocks were a little numb from the jolting. The skin between his legs was also sore from the chafing. I'm afraid that no one in their 70s or 80s will ever forget this night. The temperature in the mountains was rather low. Yang Xi clasped his hands together and breathed into his palms. He looked tired from a sleepless night. His expression was tired, but his mood was very cheerful. Qin Gong laughed. Last night, it was all thanks to the military counselor's divine foresight. Yang Xi hummed a little tune, feeling a little pleased in his heart. Han Wenbin will definitely stomp his feet in anger at this moment. Before dawn, the army should be able to enter the border of the Sichuan Plain. Qing Yuan said, according to Su Bei's reaction, it will take half a day for the news to reach Sichuan. There are few troops stationed there and the defense is not strong. We can take advantage of their unpreparedness and force our way out. The Sichuan Plain was not a plain in the truest sense of the word. There were gentle hills and crisscrossing rivers at the border. Because the terrain of the area was relatively flat and vast, the farmland was fertile and the grass was lush, it was also called the Sichuan Plain. Most of Jiang Pingji's troops were elites. Breaking through the encirclement on flat ground was a certain advantage for them. Yang Xi was about to agree when his sharp eyes saw a small orange light in the distance. They were on higher ground than Han Yu's side, so they could see it more clearly. What is that? Yang Xi frowned. Are you hallucinating? The orange light flashed and disappeared. After a while, Yang Xi saw that another place was also emitting orange light. However, this time the orange light did not disappear. As if it was a relay, the orange light lit up again after a certain distance. The military counselor is not hallucinating. That seems to be a beacon. Beacon. Yang Xi had a vague premonition in his heart. Looking at the direction of the beacon, it was clearly heading towards the Sichuan Plain. Sichuan Plain, beacon. Beacon tower. An idea flashed in his mind. Yang Xi suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh, startling the purplish-red horse under him into neighing. Military counselor. Yang Xi said, the entire army is moving quickly. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we will be outflanked. It was one thing to catch the enemy off guard, but it was another thing to be caught off guard by the enemy. Yang Xi secretly gritted his teeth and was full of remorse. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to go back to a few years ago and strangle himself for coming up with stupid ideas. Why did he dig a hole for no reason? He almost buried himself alive. The beacon could not only be seen by one's own people, but also by the enemy. Before the sky was completely bright, the scouts found that the beacon was lit in Hu County and hurriedly passed the news to Jiang Pingji. There are still people playing with the beacon now. The outdated technology of the ancient times once again refreshed Jiang Pingji's limits. Can you determine where the fire beacons are coming from? As the Lord, Jiang Pingji could complain, but Wei Xi, Qiguan Rang, and the others could not be so lazy. Chapter 1141. The scout reported, it should be the Sichuan Plain. The Sichuan Plain. Jiang Pingji was stunned when she heard this place. She had lived in the north for a long time and was unfamiliar with the Sichuan plain. This place sounds familiar, she thought for a while and quickly found the relevant memory in her mind. Isn't the Sichuan plain the main battlefield of the Chang massacre? Geographically speaking, the Sichuan plain was easy to attack and difficult to defend. It had no other advantages except for its fertile soil. When Jiang Pingji and the officials discussed tactics, they almost neglected this place. Now that it was mentioned, she only remembered an allusion that she had read a long time ago. It's the battlefield of the Chang massacre, Wei Xiai answered with a smile. Qiguan Rang, who was at the side, tensed up and hurriedly got up to look at the great universal geographical map. He looked at it carefully and suddenly discovered something. Jiang Pingji noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "What did Wenjing discover?" Qiguan Rang frowned and said with a heavy heart, "There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. The Sichuan plain is lit up. It should be a battle in Hu County. Su Fei has already been executed and the remnants of his troops have almost been wiped out. Even if they cause trouble, it's impossible to light the fire. Su Bei's family is the most powerful in Hu County. Who can cause such a scene? I think there's only one possibility." Everyone suddenly reacted. Jiang Pingji even crushed the teacup in her hand. The atmosphere in the tent was stagnant. The audience in the streaming room reacted half a beat slower. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Shu Shanyali, what happened? I'm most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly turning silent. I have a bad feeling about this. Zi Yingxuan, the Sichuan plain is lit up. Wenjing said a few words and the streamer and they became like this. Nayokuodongbeo Jiang, my head hurts. Why can't they just finish what they want to say? They always leave the other half unsaid. Every time I watch the streaming room, a bunch of brain cells die. The key is that after the dead brain cells die, I still can't keep up with the rhythm. Biansang, I'm begging a big shot who was a language class representative. After all, it's a live streaming. If it's a TV series, I can rewind and find the key plot if I don't understand. Lady Boss Chow Rui, I was a little confused at first, but after looking at my notes, I suddenly remembered something. The streamer lent Qin Gong 10,000 soldiers and horses to save Su Fei. She even let Yang Si and Qing Yuan supervise the troops. Boss Qiguan had said that Hu County was Su Bei's territory. The remnants of Su Fei's troops could not stir up any waves. Only Qin Gong's troops could cause Su Bei to make a big move and ignite the flames of war. This was not difficult to analyze, but the time span in the live broadcast was too long. Many viewers did not remember what happened more than a month ago. There were only 850,000 seats in the live stream room. With billions of people fighting for the seats in the two dimensions, the flow of viewers was too high. Apart from a few internet superstars who were like big shots living in signal towers, almost no one could guarantee that they would stay in the live broadcast room every day. After the big shots analysis, the slow-witted audience was so shocked that they dropped the melon in their hands. Zhengshua Shijin, oh my, does this mean that Rongrong is in danger? For a moment, Yang Si's fans were in an uproar, and related topics quickly dominated the news. He had no choice but to be anxious. Yang Si only had a total of 10,000 troops. If he stayed in the enemy's territory, wouldn't he be sending a fat chick into his door? Yang Si was not an NPC that could be respawned. He was a living person who lived in another plane, and he was their favorite idol. The live stream room also used a few years to tell the audience a bloody truth: war was cruel. If Yang Si was going to die, he would really die. The audience was so anxious that they were burning with anger. Jiang Pingji threw the remains of the teacup aside with a calm expression and asked Qiguan Rang, "How many days is it from here to Sichuan Plain on foot?" "At least 3 days, at most 5 days. This number was already very optimistic. If they encountered any obstacles, they might be able to delay it for a few days. Jiang Pingji's eyes were slightly cold. Her left hand held the hilt of the god-slaying sword that hung on her waist. She said coldly, "Gather the troops. 10,000 is enough." After all, they were going to rescue people, not to fight head-on. If there were too many troops, it would be easy to delay them. Qiguan Rang suddenly raised his head and looked at her. The people under the tent stepped out to stop her. "My lord, we must not go deep into enemy territory alone. If something unexpected happens, something unexpected happens?" Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "It's impossible." Qiguan Rang could not help but give Wei Xi a look. Feng Zhen, Feng Jin, and the others were all at the rear. Currently, the strategists who followed the army were him and Wei Xi. Fear was one thing, but if Wei Xi could persuade his lord, it would be a good thing. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Xi was also feeling bitter. In his previous lives, he had been with his lord for decades. He was already very familiar with her. Once she made a decision, there was basically no room for discussion, unless Wei Xi pondered in his heart and secretly gave Li Yun, Dian Yin, and the others a look. Li Yun and the others were not as smart as Wei Xi and the others, but they were not stupid people. They were about to step out when Jiang Nongqin beat them to it. "I am willing to make a military pledge to bring back military advisor Yang and the others with my life." Li Yun and Dian Yin also stepped out one after another, unwilling to be outdone. "I am willing to go." To be honest, their lord personally led troops deep into the enemy's territory to rescue people. This action was touching, but at the same time, it was extremely painful. Why was it painful? If something unexpected happened to their lord and she did not have any children to inherit her will, they would not be able to fight. Speaking of which feudal lord's officials had suffered more than them? Which feudal lord did not have a lot of children, but their lord was special? She was still single, and the young lord was nowhere to be seen. The more it was like this, the more pressure they, as officials, were under. Jiang Pingji was their lord and the most important core. Once she died, the whole power would fall apart. "Okay, Officer Jiang, come along." Jiang Pingji only agreed to let Jiang Nongqin follow, but she did not say that she would not go. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Be more courageous. The person who can kill me in this world has not been born yet," Jiang Pingji said helplessly. "I will return safely. My lord has made up your mind. I know I can't stop you. I only hope that my lord will put your health first and not take the risk to avoid falling into a dangerous situation." Wei Xi sighed in his heart. He knew he could not stop her. Whether it was in the previous life or this one, there were many such scenes. However, Wei Xi's compromise made Qiguan Rang unhappy. He secretly glanced at Wei Xi from the corner of his eye and frowned slightly. Everyone did not notice this detail, only Jiang Pingji did. "All of you can leave. Prepare immediately. Time cannot be delayed." She then added, "Wenjing, stay." If it was in the past, Wei Xi would stay, but this time it was Qiguan Rang. "Wenjing should know why I want you to stay." She used a declarative tone. Qiguan Rang's heart was clear. He immediately guessed the answer. "For Zixiao." Jiang Pingji said, "He can't stop me. I don't want Wenjing to be more fearful and dissatisfied with him because of this." Chapter 1142. Qiguan Gu was afraid of the beauty Wei Xi, and he seemed to be very dissatisfied. "When did this happen?" "My lord, you don't have any doubts." Jiang Pingji knew what he was talking about. She smiled and said, "Zixiao has a secret, and it has something to do with me. Because of this secret, he came to me from 1,000 miles away and did his best to assist me. However, because the secret has not been made public, it is normal for Wenjing to have some doubts about him. If you want to know, I can tell you, as long as you are willing to believe. Qi Guanrang was stunned for a moment, and then he returned to normal. No, my lord, it is enough that you know what to do. He shook his head. Although the grudge in his heart had not disappeared, it was not as heavy as before. My lord trusts Xi Xiao so much. If he dares to have second thoughts, I will be the first to not let him go. I will definitely eliminate him. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, Wenjing, you underestimate me. Qi Guanrang said seriously, it is not that I don't trust you, my lord, but, he paused and did not say the rest of his words. The love between a man and a woman could easily make people lose their minds. Otherwise, how could pillow talk be so effective? The audience was watching the show. Qi Guanggu was really a warrior to say something like, eliminate Wei Ci, in front of the streamer. Even if it was a show of loyalty, wasn't he afraid of being put in a difficult position in the future? Thinking of Qi Guanrang's usual low-key and cautious style, the audience unanimously believed that he was not a person who liked to court death. He dared to say so he must have a certain degree of confidence. For example, Jiang Pingji's trust in him was no less than her trust in Wei Ci. After the troops were organized, Jiang Pingji did not dare to delay and immediately set off with the troops. Yang Si accidentally dug a hole for himself and almost buried himself alive. Han Yu used the fire beacon to send a message to the troops stationed at Chichuan Plain. Before Yang Si and the others arrived at the border of Chichuan Plain, the troops stationed there had already organized their troops to intercept them. Yang Si gave up the idea of breaking through the encirclement. Breaking through the encirclement at this time would be courting death. The enemy was already prepared, and the effect of the sneak attack was far from what he expected. Even if he could successfully break through the encirclement, the delay would be enough for Han Yu to lead the troops to catch up. By then, he would face the awkward dilemma of being outflanked. Instead of that, it was better to play hide and seek with them and delay time. Yang Si's rogue tactic had a term in the game, kiting. Qin Gong advocated breaking out of the encirclement, and so did Qing Yuan. No one wanted to sit back and wait for death. 2 against 1, Yang Si's decision seemed strange. Qin Gong was very respectful to Yang Si because of the sock puppet, 5 tastes. Even if the two of them had different thoughts, he would still consult Yang Si seriously. Yang Si gave Qin Gong a look that said, you are worth teaching. He continued, Su Bei's troops aren't the only ones who can see the beacons on the Chichuan Plains. Our lord can see them as well. Qin Gong was surprised. But military counselor. I don't think I've received any news from the lord recently. If they wanted to see the beacon fire, then their lord's army could not be far from Hu County. But Qin Gong didn't remember receiving any news about his lord's army. Yang Si smiled and said, could it be that Fengjing has forgotten the declaration of war? Based on the distance the lord took to send the declaration, the distance should not be too far. Qin Gong's eyes lit up, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Qing Yuan asked, Military Advisor Yang, are you saying that the Lord will send troops to support us? Yang Si replied, yes, there is at least a 60% chance of success. There are many shrewd men under the Lord's command. How could they remain indifferent when they see the beacons on the Chichuan Plains? I'm sure they can guess our predicament and will definitely send troops to support us. Before the arrival of the reinforcements, Yang Si had to preserve as much of his combat strength as possible. Perhaps they could even kill a wave of enemies. Yang Si's courage was greater than the heavens. They were already in a precarious situation, yet he could still optimistically think about killing the enemy. Qin Gong said awkwardly, however, the terrain of the Chichuan Plains is flat. It's not easy to hide. Yang Si replied, you don't have to worry about that. I have my ways. As a result, Xie Zhe lost track of the enemy halfway through the chase. The scouts searched several times but couldn't find any traces of the enemy's army. How could more than 10,000 people disappear into thin air? Could they have grown wings and taken to the sky as a group? The scout cursed in his heart and braced himself to pass the news to Han Yu and Xie. They were about to catch up, but those bastards had disappeared without a trace. Han Yu pondered for a while and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is there a river nearby?" The scout thought for a while and said, "There is indeed one." "Is the river deep? How wide is it?" The scout didn't go down to check, so he didn't know how deep the river was, but he knew its width. "The river is more than 20 feet wide. I don't know how deep it is." Han Yu held back the blue veins that were throbbing and squeezed out an ugly smile. "Go and check it out." Xie understood. The military counselor suspects that they crossed the river and hid their traces. Soon, the scout came back to report the news. Because of the terrain, there wasn't much sand on the riverbed. The deepest part of the river was only as deep as an adult's chest. Han Yu said with a headache, using the water to escape. Young Jing Rong is really capable of anything. It wasn't winter or late autumn, so the river was cool. It would be nice to go for a swim. Search along the river and pay close attention to the beacons. Report to me as soon as you find any traces of the enemy. Unexpectedly, Yang Si didn't choose to break out of the encirclement. Instead, he avoided the soldiers stationed at the Chi-Chuan Plains and chose to hide. If it weren't for Han Yu's good upbringing, he would have scolded and cursed him harshly if it were someone else. Damn it! How shameless! Xie said, "Don't be angry, military counselor. They are marching and swimming. They won't last long. At this pace, they wouldn't even need to do anything. They would tire themselves to death." Han Yu looked serious. He thought that Yang Si must have something to rely on if he dared to do this. "Colonel Qin, are you okay?" Yang Si was a weak scholar. He didn't know how to swim, so he swam all the way with the help of the soldiers. Except for his wet clothes, he didn't look bad. In contrast, Qin Gong, a standard military general, looked a bit bad. He was panting, his cheeks were red, and his forehead was sweating. His wet clothes were sticky, but he couldn't take off his armor, in case the enemy suddenly appeared and caught them off guard. "I'm okay." Qin Gong adjusted his breathing and glanced at the other soldiers. After a little rest, they returned to normal. They seemed to be very familiar with such behavior. None of them complained. Yang Si saw through his mind at a glance. He smiled and said, "My lord said that she would give you 10,000 elites. She won't cheat." After a short rest, the army set off again. They swam along the river at a very fast speed. The enemy couldn't catch up with them in a short time. Yang Si was thinking about what to do next. It would take time for the reinforcements of the Lord to arrive. He had to delay as much as possible. He would play hide and seek during the day and recuperate in the mountains at night. With a general idea, Yang Si was happy again. With his character, once he fell into the hands of the enemy, he would definitely be killed first and report later. Chapter 1143. Bah, those bastards are so good at running. The enemies were jumping up and down, and they were running everywhere. They were about to surround them several times, but they just slipped away. It was fine if it was only once or twice, but it was the same every time. Han Yu and the others were calm, but the soldiers were getting impatient. Their anger was rising, as if they had eaten a bomb. "Stop talking. If Commandant Xiao or military advisor Han hears you, they'll have to suffer because of you." When Han Yu mentioned Han Yu and Xie, his comrade finally stopped talking, but he didn't look good. He looked like a stone in a latrine pit. Although Han Yu didn't hear the sound himself, he could see that the morale of the army was getting lower and lower. Xieze was anxious as he saw it. He really wondered if Yang Si and the others had installed a pair of wind-fire wheels under their feet and were playing with them everywhere. They were so close to catching turtles in a jar several times. They always got out of trouble in a way that was beyond ordinary people's normal thinking. Are they addicted to playing hide and seek? In contrast, Hanyu was much calmer. He didn't look anxious at all. Xieze wanted to say it several times, but he swallowed it after a few hesitations. Until now, Xieze finally couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned worriedly. Military Counselor Han, the morale of our soldiers is low. If this goes on, I'm afraid there will be trouble. In the long run. Hanyu asked, how long do you think this long run will last, Commandant Xie? Xieze was stunned for a moment. He was about to blurt it out, but he suddenly realized something and couldn't help but be stunned. Hanyu was smiling, but his eyes were cold. His tone was as calm as ever, as if Yang Si's hide and seek and flying kites didn't cause him any confusion. He said, they are traveling light and can't carry much food. An army of more than 10,000 is not a small number, and the daily rations are an extremely large number. Even if everyone brings rations, how many days can one person carry? They were chasing from behind, while Yang Si and the others were running in front. Because of the warning of the fire beacon, Yang Si and the others couldn't hide their tracks, so they couldn't stay in one place for too long. They could only keep changing positions, marching and hiding in order to avoid the scouts. Being tense and running for their lives for a long period of time had imperceptibly increased the soldiers' need for food and further depleted their morale. The rations that could support them for 4 to 5 days might not even last 2 days. Looking at the situation, it seemed that Yang Si was playing with them, but the first to collapse was definitely the side with a shortage of food. Yang Si and the others did not have the support of the grain line, so they would not be able to hold on for long. Either they were too hungry to fight, or they had to break out of the encirclement before starvation killed them. The two armies clashed head-on. Lieutenant Xie, you don't have to be anxious, because your enemy is even more anxious than you. Hanyu was very patient. He exerted pressure on Yang Si and the others at a steady pace, forcing them to increase the frequency of their escape, which further increased their physical exhaustion. This was both a psychological attack and a competition of endurance between the two armies. Whoever lost their composure first would lose. Yang Si's combat style was bold and unrestrained. His thoughts were always different from others, and he was somewhat imaginative. Hanyu, on the other hand, was steady and sure. He conformed to the rules, but he didn't stick to the traditional way of thinking. He was meticulous and steady, and he was very calm. Just as Hanyu expected, Yang Si's side encountered the predicament of food shortage, and they could only hold on for 1 more day. After that day, they could only fill their stomachs with water for the rest of the time. Seeing this, Qin Gong's young face was dyed with worry. Lieutenant Qin, why are you so anxious? Looking at his pale little face, Yang Si couldn't bear to stand by and watch. He waved at Qin Gong, indicating that he should come over and rest, and not be so tense all the time. Come, sit down and talk. Here is a bag of water, drink it to quench your thirst. Qin Gong thanked Yang Si for his kindness. He was a general, and his physical fitness was much better than Yang Si, who was a scholar. At present, not only was there a shortage of food, but there was also a shortage of water. It was better to keep Yang Si's water bag for himself. Qin Gong couldn't help but say, Military Counselor Yang, you are really not anxious at all. Yang Si said, in a day or 2, we will run out of water and food. How can I not be anxious? Qin Gong carefully looked at his expression and said strangely, if Military Counselor is anxious, how can you be so calm? Yang Si asked in reply, is it possible that if I am anxious, food and water will appear out of thin air? Qin Gong, This was the first time he heard someone say the words broken jar in such a righteous and confident manner. Qin Gong said, "There is a shortage of food, and morale is shaken. In the end, won't we still become the enemy's turtles in a jar?" Yang Si smiled as he looked at Inspector Qing Yuan and said, "It's true that there is a shortage of food, but the shaken morale is exaggerated." Qin Gong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. For an ordinary army, even if there was only half a month left, the morale of the army would be in a state of collapse, much less a day's supply. As the food shortage approached, there would inevitably be soldiers who deserted or were afraid to fight. The longer time dragged on, the more deserters there would be. This was almost unavoidable. To give a ready-made example, Su Fei had been besieged in Mountain Urn City for several months. The water soldiers he had recruited were the first to escape. As time passed, their number reached more than 30,000. They fled in all directions, became bandits, and harmed the people. After that were the soldiers who were qualified to lead the army, and then the trusted troops. Those who were willing to stay and live and die with the army in times of danger were basically all loyal elites. Qin Gong had been tense for the past few days, and did not notice this for a while. The army of more than 10,000 had fled east and west for several days, and their food and fodder were getting increasingly scarce. The soldiers under them had not reported any deserters. This was simply impossible. Yang Si saw that he was in a trance, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. "I have said before, my lord, that you are leading 10,000 elites. They must be genuine elites." Qin Gong's heart was touched, and he could not say a word for a long time. But, I have disappointed my lord." Qin Gong knew how rare it was to have 10,000 elites. They had all been built with a lot of money, food, and a lot of effort. Losing 10,000 at once, Qin Gong would not be able to make up for it even if he plucked off his own brain. "What does this have to do with you? If you want to blame someone, blame Qiguan Wenjing. His declaration caught us off guard, and we became the fish in the moat." Yang Si secretly grinned. If he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely beat up Qiguan Rang's house and make him compensate. Qin Gong thought that Yang Si was comforting him, and he could not get rid of the guilt in his heart. He did not expect Jiang Pingji to place such high hopes on him right from the start. This trust made his heart feel sour, but at the same time very warm. Qin Gong endured it and racked his brain to find another topic to talk about. For a general, there was no greater sense of accomplishment than training a fierce army of tigers and wolves. He wanted to know who trained these 10,000 elites behind him. This question was a little difficult. Everyone has a share. Yang Si said uncertainly, "Moreover, the birth of the elites is not all due to one person." Chapter 1144. Seeing that Qin Gong was puzzled, Yang Si couldn't help but give him the general knowledge of the Wanzhou group so that Qin Gong wouldn't make a fool of himself in the future. Why not? The so-called elite troops are no less than elite weapons. They also need elite soldiers, Yang Si said. Yang Si said, "These elite soldiers not only have to be strong, brave, and good at fighting, but they also have to be disciplined and obey orders. Only those who can do these two things can be called elite." Yang Si told Qin Gong about the tricks of training soldiers in the Wanzhou group. A strong body, brave and good at fighting, this is military strength. Strict discipline, strict execution of orders, this is military discipline. It was not difficult to do the former. There was only one word: train. Train to the death. The training plan that Jiang Pingji had formulated for her troops had been used to this day. The troops were trained in winter and summer, when the weather was the worst. Whether it was in the heat of summer or the cold of winter, as long as they were not too sick to get up, they had to get up to train. After they had formed a certain level of strength, Jiang Pingji would also organize military exercises. Military exercises included various combat environments. Yang Si glanced at the resting troops and said lightly, "Not to mention that there's only 1 or 2 days of military rations left. Even if they run out of ammunition and rations for 7 or 8 days, they have to eat weeds and tree bark. Military exercises are like real battles. No one deserts then, and no one will commit crimes now." Qin Gong was flabbergasted, but he had an urge to give it a try. He had never thought that training troops could be done this way. The so-called military exercises were real swords and spears, not putting on airs. But, with such harsh measures, why doesn't anyone desert? Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Gong could imagine the severity and cruelty of training troops after hearing Yang Si's description. The tyranny of the king and the rebellion of the people, yet none of these troops resisted or were dissatisfied. Qin Gong's attention was attracted by Yang Si's words. For a moment, he forgot his previous worries. Yang Si smiled. "Hardness is easy to break, softness is easy to bend. It's the same for training troops. Using both the carrot and the stick is the right way. Elites could not be trained hard. Not only did they need tough training methods, but they also needed a soft policy of appeasement. Soldiers were also human. They could not all be unparalleled loyal, and they could not be expected to use love to spontaneously pledge loyalty to Jiang Pingji." Yang Si pointed to the troops and said, "For them, the price of deserting or being passive is far higher than dying in battle." Qin Gong was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Yang Si stretched out 2 fingers and said, "One is military discipline, and the other is welfare." Jiang Pingji had considered the issue of military discipline when she set up the army. She even put military discipline in the first place and formulated strict military rules. The soldiers were all peasants, and almost none of them could read. It was very troublesome to talk to them about military rules and discipline. Jiang Pingji used the method of violent brainwashing. Regardless of whether it was winter or summer, she would shout about military rules and discipline 3 times a day in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Since the promotion of the new rhymes of Chinese, not only the common people were required to learn rhymes, but even the soldiers in the barracks had to learn them. Not only did he have to complete the regular training, but he also had to learn literacy from the political commissar. The position of political commissar was created by his lord, and he enjoyed the treatment of a centurion. His main job was to educate the soldiers' ideology. The primer was not the teaching material of the Golden Scale Academy, but the military rules that the soldiers were so familiar with that they could almost recite them backwards. As if brainwashing and education were not enough, Jiang Pingji also linked military discipline with pension benefits and retirement benefits. This move was extremely insidious. Once the soldiers violated military discipline, they would be directly recorded in their files. Not only would it affect the individual's salary and future promotion, but it would also affect retirement benefits or pension benefits for those who died in battle. Since the establishment of the Golden Scale Academy, these 2 benefits included the qualifications for future generations to go to school. This rule was too terrible. Under the use of both carrot and stick, which soldier dared to escape? For the sake of their families and children, they would rather starve to death in battle than violate military discipline and become deserters. Qin Gong was so shocked that he opened his mouth slightly. One sentence was written all over his face: could it be played this way? Yang Si patted his shoulder. Qin Gong was still too young. If he was shocked now, what would he do in the future? After resting for a while, the scouts found traces of the enemy and hurriedly sent the news back. Yang Si sighed softly. Enduring the pain all over his body, he stood up and said, "Colonel Qin, gather the troops and horses. Let's go." This long game of hide and seek or cat and mouse would be decided sooner or later. Another 2 days passed. Han Yu, who was originally calm, had a grave expression on his face. Yang Si and the others were still as slippery as before. They did not seem to be in distress due to the food shortage. The scouts also did not find any deserters. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Did Yang Si take all his belongings with him to escape? If so, he should change his way of thinking and think again about what Yang Jingrong was up to. Someone, quickly go and ask if there is any unusual movement at the border of Hu County. Something was not right. Everything was not right. He knew Yang Si's temperament very well. He would not get up early without benefits. He would never do meaningless things. If there were enough water and food, Yang Si would not stay in the Sichuan plain. It was a pure waste of time. He would have found a way to escape. Now he was still circling around the Sichuan plain. It was more like a cornered beast fighting. If so, the question came back to itself. Did Yang Si lack food? If there was a shortage of food, how could he explain that there were no deserters and the marching speed was not reduced? If there was no shortage of food, Yang Si's actions puzzled him. Han Yu thought about it again and carefully connected the routes that Yang Si had escaped along these days. The routes were twisted and complicated. They seemed to be irregular, but they were all heading towards the northern border of Hu County. Report, the news has been found. The voice of the messenger interrupted his thoughts. Say it. The messenger said. Lu Shi divided his troops and attacked Hu County directly. Han Yu suddenly thought of something and accidentally knocked over the bamboo slips on the table. Yang Jingrong, you actually had this idea. It was not that Yang Si did not lack food. It was obvious that he had used a smokescreen to deceive others. Coincidentally, Xie found another place. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. Yang Si had already escaped with his troops. They escaped faster than a rabbit. Did Captain Xie check the remains of their bonfire? Han Yu asked. Xie said, yes. Han Yu asked, is there any trace of cooking? Xie thought back carefully, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. He had not noticed this. Han Yu went to the bonfire in person and was suddenly enlightened. The bonfire was messed up. It looked like the traces left by people fleeing in a hurry. In fact, it was to cover up the food that was not cooked. This is a good smokescreen, but it's a pity, Han Yu said decisively. Captain Xie, assemble the troops and go to Gusu. Gusu was located in the mountains north of the Sichuan plain. Xie was surprised. Counselor, are we not going to catch Yang Si? Catch him. Han Yu said, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. According to their own speed, they would definitely be able to reach Gusu before Yang Si and the others. The next day, at noon, Yang Si and the others had been without food for 2 days. The soldiers were in good condition, but their combat power was less than half of the usual. At this time, Gusu was close at hand. If it is as I expected, I will be able to meet up with the master in half a day. Chapter 11:45. Feng Jing, tell everyone to be careful. I don't feel good about it. Yang Si looked around suspiciously. He had an inexplicable shadow in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Qin Gong said, okay, I will send the order to all the battalions to be on guard. Qing Yuan asked, did you notice anything wrong? Yang Si said, Gong Liao, who do you think our opponent is? Han Wenbin is one of Master Yuanjing's favorite students. It won't be easy to take advantage of him. Underestimating the enemy is a taboo for a military strategist. Underestimating the enemy will inevitably bring disaster to us. Send the order to the soldiers to be on guard. Don't relax at all times. We are not far from Gusu. Don't fail here. Because Qing Cheng and Master Yuanjing were good friends, Qing Yuan could occasionally enjoy Master Yuanjing's guidance. In Qing Yuan's opinion, no matter how talented the knowledgeable old man was, it was not worth being surprised. The wind was blowing, and the leaves and grass were rustling. Han Yu was wearing a black Confucian robe. His long hair was tied into a crown. He had lost a lot of weight after days of running around. The blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible. He put his hands behind his back and looked in a certain direction. He could faintly see more than 10,000 soldiers and horses rushing toward Gu Su like squirming ants. Han Yu fixed his eyes on them and found that their hands had changed from their previous loose posture to a marching formation that could be used for both offense and defense. Xie Zhe also noticed the change and said in surprise, "Counselor Han, have they already found out?" Han Yu said calmly, "If they found out, they would have turned around and left this troublesome place. Why would they walk right into the trap? If it were someone else, they would be so happy that they would let down their guard and reveal a fatal flaw. Yang Jingrong is different. He is a cautious and suspicious person. The more dangerous the situation is, the more suspicious he will be. This caution will let him linger on for a little longer." Xie Zhe blinked and tilted his head to look at Han Yu's side profile. He always felt that his counselor did not hate Yang Si as much as he said. Not only did he not hate him, but he even considered him a confidant. However, the custom of the literati group was that the more confidant they were, the more ruthless they were. As a general, he could not understand it for the time being. "If we can capture Yang Si alive, you can try to persuade him," Xie Zhe said. "People with different principles cannot make plans together. Yang Si's principles are different from yours. Besides..." Han Yu curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. "For Yang Si, there is no one in this world who is more suitable for him than Lu Lanting. If he is captured, only death awaits him." A look of confusion appeared on Xie Zhe's face as he asked, "Why is that?" "A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in." Since Yang Si Ruo was captured, whether it was for his future or for his family's life, submitting to the new master was the best choice. The military counselor had previously said that Yang Si was not a stickler for rules. "In order to protect myself, what's wrong with seeking a new master?" Han Yu didn't intend to explain in detail. Yang Si was the son of a prostitute. His status was even lower than that of a lowly person. In the eyes of his lord, Su Bei, it was hard for him to enter the upper echelons of society. If Yang Si was not lucky enough to be carried away by Yuan Jing, who lived in the folk, what would his fate be now? Either they had died a long time ago, or they were just pimps that ran errands in brothels, waiting to be ordered around. Plot against the world and assist the feudal vassals. There was no need to even think about it. Yang Si's status was destined to not be put in an important position by Su Bei. He was also a sensitive and proud person, so he couldn't accept such humiliation. Han Yu knew him well, so he would give Yang Si a quick death. On the other side, the ominous premonition in Yang Si's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He was almost in a state of panic. Something's not right. It was a sunny day, but Yang Si broke out in a cold sweat. His hands were tightly gripping the reins. "Get into formation, turn around and return." By the time the order was given, half of the army had already passed through the lonely gorge. The hills on both sides were lush with trees, casting shadows. Yang Si's gaze was focused on the wild goose that was flying high in the sky. Qin Gong didn't doubt him and immediately gave the order. As soon as he gave the order, 2 flags with the words, "Su" and "Xia" appeared on both sides. Yang Si saw an old acquaintance. "You don't have to leave now that you're here," Han Yu said condescendingly. "Jing Rong, we haven't seen each other for a few months. How are you?" "How the F***ck?" Yang Si's face tightened, but he was swearing inelegantly in his heart. Han Yu wouldn't give Yang Si any time to react. The prepared rolling stones rolled down from both sides of the mountain path, and the arrows were like a tide. He had originally planned to destroy more than half of Yang Si's army, and then slowly nibble away the rest of the defeated soldiers. According to Han Yu's expectation, when half of the army was deep in the gorge, the front army would retreat in panic. It would definitely mess up the formation and cause a situation where people would crowd and block the mouth of the gorge. The front army couldn't retreat in time, and the rear army couldn't support, so the order would collapse. But Xie was surprised. They are indeed elites. They can still maintain the formation at this moment. The military counselor said that they have been out of food for a couple of days. They should have low morale and no fighting power. Now that I look at them, they are not that bad. It's a pity to bury them here. Xie didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy even though he said it was a pity. Countless rolling stones and hot oil splashed down, and screams resounded through the entire gorge. Xie commanded the archers to shoot at the mouth of the gorge. The mouth of the gorge became the main target of the archers to destroy the support of the rear army and the retreat of the front army. Protect the military counselor. Qin Gong shot down the arrows that were rushing toward Yang Si, but he only had 2 hands. How could he compete with the hundreds of archers of the enemy? More than a dozen shield soldiers raised their shields and formed a formation. They used the shields to block the stray arrows and protected Yang Si and Qing Yuan in the chaos. Yang Si was in a mess. There was an arrow in his shoulder. If the arrow had been shot a little bit higher, it would have gone straight through his brain. Yang Si spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Bah. I played with eagles all my life, and I was almost pecked blind by an eagle." He let out a cry of pain, and his whole face scrunched up because of the severe pain. Finally, he swallowed it back. Qin Gong made sure that Yang Si and the others were safe, then he commanded the soldiers to form a formation and retreat. As long as they left the gorge, they still had a chance of survival. Hot oil splashed. Rolling stones and arrows were blind. They didn't care who was who. Whoever was hit by the rolling stones would be the unlucky one. For a moment, no one knew how many soldiers were injured by the arrows and crushed by the rolling stones. Their bones turned into minced meat and blood. Xie said, "Get the bow." He knocked the bow and pulled the arrow, aiming at Qin Gong below. The soldiers were already in chaos, and morale was shaken. Once the main general died, the army that was in a precarious situation would definitely collapse. The arrow pierced through the air and locked onto him as if it had eyes. Qin Gong felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of danger rose to his head. He barely managed to shoot it down, but he couldn't dodge another stray arrow. The sharp arrowhead slashed across the side of his face, and blood stained his right eye. Chapter 1146. After leaving behind more than 3,000 corpses, Yang Si and the others retreated from the lonely gorge with the wounded soldiers. However, Yang Si did not feel the slightest joy of escaping because they did not have enough supplies. They were just struggling at death's door. If he were Han Yu, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. He would naturally take advantage of the situation to kill them. Qing Yuan supported Yang Si. He was already hungry. After this incident, he was so weak that he almost could not stand. Yang Si endured the pain and said, "Gong Liao, go and tell Colonel Qin to immediately organize the uninjured soldiers and retreat quickly." Qing Yuan understood the other meaning. He resisted the urge to faint and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Military counselor. I will delay them for a while with the remaining troops." Yang Si was very calm. Even though he was in so much pain that he could not stand up straight, his mind was exceptionally clear. For a strategist, weighing the pros and cons was an innate instinct. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would not hesitate to do it in order to achieve the greatest benefit. "My lord, the reinforcements will arrive in less than half a day. We can't let these more than 10,000 elites be completely annihilated by the enemy." Under such circumstances, the outcome of staying behind to cover the retreat was definitely a dead end. Qing Yuan involuntarily grasped Yang Xi's shoulder and helped him retreat a few steps. If the military counselor dies, how will I explain it to my lord? Qing Yuan was anxious at this moment. His hands, feet, and brain did not feel like his own. It was not that he was useless. As a greenhorn, Qing Yuan had too little actual combat experience and accumulated too little experience. Yang Xi could not help but grin. Qing Yuan was going crazy. He could still laugh in such a situation. If I were alive, I would not have the face to see my lord. Yang Xi smiled bitterly. He was too reckless and lost to Han Yu by one move. The elite troops that the lord had handed over to him were greatly damaged. How could he have the face to see Jiang Pingji? Qing Yuan's breathing became rapid and heavy. Yang Xi held his wrist tightly. He never thought that Yang Xi, who was thin and weak, would have such great strength. Yang Xi pushed Qing Yuan away, and the other party almost stumbled. This is a military order. How dare you disobey? As a strategist, you are indecisive and can't make a decision in front of the battle. Do you want to kill more troops in the future? It seemed to be deafening, and Qing Yuan was shocked. My lord may not come. It is better to fight with our lives on the line. Leaving Yang Xi and more than 2,000 wounded soldiers behind would definitely kill them. Yang Xi said firmly, my lord will come. Qing Yuan gritted his teeth and passed the message to Qin Gong. Qin Gong thought for a while and ordered the troops to be divided. My injuries are heavy. I don't want to be a burden, so I won't leave. Qin Gong's injuries were indeed very serious. There was a long gash on his face, 2 arrow wounds on his right arm, a saber wound on his left shoulder, and an injury on his leg. Fortunately, his leg injury was not serious. He could still ride a horse and fight again. The vanguard narrowly escaped from the call, but most of them were wounded and heavily injured. Almost all of them had to stay behind to cover the rear. The situation of the rear army was not bad. Although there were casualties, it was not serious. Their combat strength was still relatively intact. Han Yu and the others didn't give Yang Xi much time. Their pursuers were right behind them. Yang Xi took a deep breath and grabbed his sword with his blood-stained hand. If there is a next life, I will serve you as my master. Today, please forgive me for being a step ahead and being unable to be loyal, he murmured, already prepared to die. Yang Xi knew his situation and choice better than Han Qin. If he was captured, he would die. Su Bei and Prince Changshu were birds of the same feather. They respected bloodline and family and despised the poor. However, the former was better looking than the latter and knew how to pretend to be peaceful. Yang Xi jumped ship and kicked Prince Changshu out because of this. If he surrendered to Su Bei to protect himself, it would be a great humiliation for Yang Xi. It was better than being ridiculed. Get into formation and fight the enemy. Yang Xi waved his sword. He was unafraid of death. Report. Enemy attack from the rear. Han Qin was shocked. Enemy. So fast. In an instant, he confirmed the identity of the attacker. He looked in the direction of the rear troops and could vaguely see that their formation had been disrupted. Xie was just about to lead his troops to kill the remnants of Yang Xi's army when he suddenly heard the messenger's words. Enemy. Han Qin said, Yang Xi's reinforcements. They had arrived 6 hours earlier than expected. They had thought that they would be able to get rid of the remnants of Yang Xi's troops before retreating and making Lu Shi suffer a loss. Xie was stunned. Where did Yang Xi's reinforcements come from? Han Qin said, Yang Xi has been avoiding the battle. He led his troops to Chichuan Plain in order to save his troops and meet up with the reinforcements. If they break out on their own, more than half of them will die. If the reinforcements come, they can at least preserve their strength and deter our army. Unfortunately, Yang Xi's wishful thinking was completely disrupted by Han Qin. CSA was puzzled. Our army did not intercept their letter. How could the reinforcements come so coincidentally? Han Qin said, "Fire beacon." Because of the fire beacon, Lu Shi guessed that Yang Xi was in trouble. It was not surprising that he sent reinforcements. CSA immediately understood and asked, "Counselor, what should we do now?" Han Qin said, "It is not advisable to fight. If it was a frontal battle, there was no need to panic. But the reinforcements attacked from the rear and disrupted their formation. They could not organize an effective resistance for a while. The longer they waited, the more casualties they would suffer. If Yang Xi reacted and cooperated with the reinforcements to attack them from both sides, the situation would be even more disadvantageous." Han Yu made up his mind in a split second. Han Qin and Yang Xi had similar temperaments. Both of them were decisive and ruthless people. Once they made a decision, they would not hesitate. If it was someone else, they would insist and beat Yang Xi to death even if it was a risk, because there was no other way out. If Han Qin really did that, the troops he led would definitely be swallowed by Jiang Pingji, and no one would be left alive. Yang Xi was trying his best to kill as many enemies as he could before he died, but he found that the enemy was gone. "Counselor, the enemy's rear army is in chaos." Qin Gong was riding a horse. His vision was much higher than Yang Xi's. He could vaguely see the enemy's rear army being destroyed by the unfamiliar forces. Yang Xi was stunned for a moment. He was so stunned that he almost couldn't react. My lord's reinforcements." Yang Xi dropped his sword excitedly. He was so happy that his wound was torn. He cried out in pain. Qin Gong's heart skipped a beat. Reinforcements? Were there really reinforcements? What they didn't know was that Jiang Pingji, the reinforcements they were talking about, was in a bad mood. The audience in the streaming room could feel the surging killing intent from her. The screen that was full of bullet screens was now empty. Everyone was so scared that they did not dare to speak. "Want to escape?" Little White neighed. Jiang Pingji suddenly pulled out the God Slayer from her waist. The bright snow-white blade was shining with a cold light. Chapter 1147. Lieutenant Xie, sound the gongs to retreat. Han Yu didn't hesitate at all. He even gave up the meat that was about to be in his mouth and let Yang Xi go. Xie was leading his men to kill the enemy when he suddenly received such an order. His emotions fluctuated greatly and he almost vomited blood. The deputy general was so excited that his eyes were bloodshot. He blurted out, "The advisor is confused." Xie gritted his teeth and chose to follow Han Yu's judgment. He gave the order to retreat. The military advisor must have his reasons for doing this. We just have to follow his orders. Xie's face was taut, his eyes stained with blood from the killing. No matter how dissatisfied I am, military orders must be obeyed. How can I question them now? Don't say anything more. Retreat, retreat. The deputy general was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Although the position of a military advisor had the right to supervise military affairs, to put it bluntly, it was just an official subordinate to the general. It was mostly an advisor who mainly came up with ideas and strategies. The strategists under different vassals were also different. Some were just staff officers with no military power, some had partial military power, and some were under the command of the Jinha strategists who were in charge of the entire army. Han Yu wasn't an ordinary military advisor, but Su Bei didn't completely delegate his authority to Han Yu to be a military advisor. In short, Xie, as the commander-in-chief, did not need to listen to Han Yu. "Big brother, can't you have your own opinion?" The deputy general was furious with Xie, but he didn't dare to disobey orders and could only choose to retreat. Only when he retreated did he realize that his rear army was almost completely routed by the enemy. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How many enemies had ambushed them? 10,000 or 20,000? In fact, Jiang Pingji had only brought 3,000 troops and horses with her to provide support. The remaining 7,000 troops were still on their way and would take about 15 minutes to arrive. Seeing with her own eyes the bloody corpses, rolling stones, arrowheads, and burning oil that littered the ground of the lonely forest canyon, her anger soared to the breaking point. "My lord, there are less than 10,000 corpses in the valley. Many of the corpses are still warm. It can be seen that the tragic battle happened not long ago." Jiang Nongqin's face was solemn as well. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her cold eyes were emotionless. "My lord, please send me to lead the troops to chase after them." Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "No need, I'll go." Thus, she took 3,000 people with her and left at the fastest speed possible. What was embarrassing was that the 3,000 soldiers were unable to catch up to Whitey, who was galloping at full speed. They were left behind by Whitey by several hundred feet. She didn't care about the enemy's front and rear armies. She attacked as soon as she saw them and didn't show any mercy. Jiang Pingji's expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. There was almost no pause in the God Slayer. Whenever the blade lit up, it would definitely reap a few lives. Quang, there was a dull sound of collision as the enemy's rear army reacted and tried to block with their swords and shields. Jiang Pingji exerted some force with her wrist, and the few tiger-headed bronze shields were cut in half by the God Slayer. The cut was smooth and neat. Little White raised its hooves and stomped on the enemy soldiers, taking away the stupefied shield-bearers. The blade of the god-slaying saber was still as shiny as new. There was not a single crack or scratch on it. Courting death, Jiang Pingji had already rushed into the enemy's formation. In such a situation, the enemy would always attack the mount first. Dozens of soldiers hid behind the shield wall. They held long spears in their hands and stabbed at Little White, who was under Jiang Pingji. From the enemy's point of view, Little White was her mount. Even if she didn't lose any of her riding gear and armor, if she was really stabbed by the long spear, she would definitely lose control due to the pain and indirectly affect Jiang Pingji, who was on the horse. As long as she fell off the horse, could the silver-armored young general fly into the sky. Little did they know that someone had been in the sky and had never come down. Their intentions were seen through by Jiang Pingji. With a twist of her wrist, the god-slaying saber turned over. She was as fast as a ghost. The blade cut off all the horizontal and straight blades on the long spear, leaving only a smooth piece of wood. The speed of the wood did not decrease. It stabbed the fish-scale armor on Little White's body. It was like a normal person walking on the street who was suddenly hit by a stick. Little White snorted in pain. His anger soared, and he went on a rampage even more ferociously. His hooves added more souls to his body. Kill! Jiang Pingji rushed dozens of feet into the enemy's formation before the 3,000 troops arrived. When the enemies met, their eyes turned red. When the two sides fought, it was a life-and-death battle. Their battle cries soared to the sky. The morale of Jiang Pingji's side was like a rainbow. They attacked the enemy's rear army and had the advantage of surprise. The enemy was caught unprepared. Jiang Pingji's performance was too dazzling. She single-handedly stirred up one side and caused the enemy's formation to collapse. The soldiers under her command were already full of anger. When they saw their former comrades die in the lonely gorge, their anger was added to their grief and indignation. Now, all these emotions had turned into hostility. With only 3,000 troops, they had defeated the enemy's rear army of 7,000. Jiang Pingji alone had slaughtered countless people. The god-slaying saber in her hand was full of human blood. It looked even colder and more terrifying. Who on earth is that? Deputy General Sieze was scared out of his wits. He had no time to complain about Sieze's obedience to Han Yu's orders. He asked Sieze. How would Sieze answer? Han Yu was very far away. He could only see a vague figure, but he was very familiar with the figure. Suddenly, Han Yu clenched his fists tightly. When he saw through Yang Xi's plan, he knew that Wanzhou would send reinforcements to support Yang Xi. But he never thought that the reinforcements would be Lu Shi. In order to save his subordinates, a feudal lord risked his life and went into battle. He didn't know if Yang Xi was lucky or unlucky. It was not a good thing for the plotters to have such an emotional lord. But Han Yu felt a little envious of Yang Xi. Lieutenant Xie, mobilize the archers. We must kill that silver-armored soldier. The biggest disadvantage of Jiang Pingji's side was the lack of long-range forces. After all, they were rushing to rescue the soldiers and provide support, so they couldn't bring a lot of supplies and machinery. Sieze did as he was told without any hesitation. Yang Xi was the first to notice the movement on Han Yu's side. He was so angry that his whole face turned pale. Han Wenbin had already recognized the lord. Lieutenant Qin, quickly go and protect the lord. Mobilize the troops to contain the enemy's central army. We can't let Han Wenbin's wishful thinking succeed. Qin Gong immediately responded and rushed out on his horse. His reaction was a little slow. He finally realized what Yang Xi had said. Protect the lord. Wait, the lord is here. Qin Gong looked cold and ruthless, but his heart was trembling with fear. Qin Gong couldn't be blamed for not recognizing Jiang Pingji. Generally speaking, he had only seen Jiang Pingji twice. Both times, Jiang Pingji had appeared in women's clothing. Anyone who was not blind would not be able to mistake her gender. Now, she had changed into men's clothing. She was wearing a dignified and heavy armor. She also had an aura of 2.8 meters. Killing people was like cutting vegetables. It would be strange if Qin Gong could not recognize her. After the shock, Qin Gong was touched and worried. He was afraid that something bad would happen to Jiang Pingji. Chapter 1148. Qin Gong was so anxious that he ignored his injuries and rushed toward Jiang Pingji with his troops. Before he arrived, the sky was filled with arrows. They were all aimed at the people around Jiang Pingji. My lord, Qin Gong was so anxious that he yelled and pulled at his wounds. If he was hit by the arrows, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Jiang Pingji snorted and put the God Slayer back into its sheath. She grabbed two enemies by the neck and used them as meat shields. Little White also cleverly escaped into the crowd and charged around, using them as meat targets. She threw away the two dead bodies and unsheathed the God Slayer again to clean up the surrounding enemies. Little White came back. Jiang Pingji grabbed its reins and mounted the horse again. While galloping, the blade cut off several people's necks as if it was cutting wheat. Little White rushed out of the shooting range of the arrows with Jiang Pingji on his back. He made a detour to the other side. It was an accurate, dangerous, and exciting maneuver, but Jiang Pingji didn't change her expression. She killed the people in front of her and cut the horses in front of her. Qin Gong was speechless. He didn't believe it was his lord. The military counselor must have made a mistake. Qin Gong's mind was in a mess, but he still maintained a cold expression and looked very calm. On the other side, Sieze saw that the arrows didn't work, so he asked Han Yu, military counselor, the silver-armored general seems to be fine. Should we? Han Yu said decisively, the opportunity is gone. Don't waste your time. Retreat. Opportunities on the battlefield were fleeting. It was Han Yu's fault that he didn't seize the opportunity. Sieze pursed his lips. He could only act according to the plan and suppress his curiosity. What was the silver-armored general's identity? The military counselor changed his mind at the last minute. It showed that the silver-armored general's status was not low. He was at least a core figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been worth the military counselor's attention. CSA admired Han Yu from the bottom of his heart, but the lieutenant next to him was full of resentment. Han Yu was not the military counselor who had total military power. Han Yu and CSA shared half of the military power. Han Yu was just a civilian who gave advice and suggestions. How could he order CSA around and change the military order at the last minute? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but blame the failure of the mission on Han Yu. Han Yu made a big fuss but didn't gain much. He finally got the upper hand, but he changed his mind and withdrew his troops at the last minute. What was he trying to do? As they retreated, CSA couldn't help but ask his own question. Counselor, just who is that silver-armored young general? CSA had studied the generals under Jiang Pingji's tent. At first, he suspected that the silver-armored general was Li Yun. However, Li Yun only used a long spear. He had heard that his spear technique was superb, almost as good as the Xia family's heirloom. Could it be that not only was Li Yun adept at using the spear, he was also an expert with the saber? Han Yu was still regretting that he had missed such a good opportunity. He asked CSA, "Guess who that person is?" CSA said, "I personally thought it was Li Yun, but I'm not sure." Moreover, if it were Li Yun, Han Yu would not think so highly of him. Li Yun was Jiang Pingji's military general, but he was not irreplaceable. Even Fu Wang did not have this weight. CSA racked his brains but could not think of Jiang Pingji as the target. Han Yu said, "That is Lu Shi." CSA nodded and said, "Oh, so it is Lu Shi." Lu, he was dumbfounded. Whose name did he just hear? The enemy's vassal, Lu Lanting. What a pity. Han Yu's words were full of pity. It was not a big deal to kill a general on the battlefield. If the enemy's leader was killed, the forces in Wanzhou would be in chaos and the Lord would not have to worry anymore. Lu Shi. CSA almost bit his tongue. That silver-armored young general was Lu Shi. Han Yu said, "What else? It's a pity that he did not kill her. I'm afraid there will not be such a good opportunity in the future." CSA felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Who would have thought that a vassal would at most be in the middle of the army? Why would he personally fight with a sword? It's a pity that such a vassal did not become a general. CSA told a lame joke, but Han Yu was not in the mood to laugh. No one would feel good if all their efforts were in vain. CSA said, "This is my fault. You don't have to blame yourself. It was the duty of a military counselor to give advice, but it was his job to kill the enemy. It must be his fault that he failed to kill Lu Shi." Han Yu shook his head. His face, which was already much thinner, looked a little gloomy and cold. Since Han Yu had given the order immediately, they did not suffer many casualties. They ran away faster than rabbits. Jiang Pingji chased for a while and killed more than 100 people. In the end, she could only look at the dust that was raised by the enemy and grit her teeth. The battle had just ended, and Jiang Nongqin had already arrived with the remaining troops. She did not see Jiang Pingji. She first saw Yang Si, who was pale and had lost a lot of blood. He was sitting on a rock, dispirited. "Is the military counselor injured?" Jiang Nongqin asked. Then she changed the topic to Jiang Pingji. "Where is the Lord now?" As she spoke, she asked the female medics who had followed the army to come forward. The two sturdy female soldiers walked forward with medical boxes on their backs. If it were not for their figures, people would not be able to tell that they were women. Yang Si tried to lift his arm, but the arrow wound was pulled. He grimaced in pain. The female soldier looked at the wound and said, "The arrow wound is a little deep. You have to take off your clothes. Does the military counselor want someone to cover you with a cloth?" The corner of Yang Si's mouth twitched. No, he was a man, but he still had to be bashful when looking at the wound. He always felt that his manliness was inferior to the female soldiers in front of him. The female soldier took out a pair of big scissors and cut open his clothes, revealing the location of the arrow wound. Fortunately, the arrowhead was not rusty or poisoned. If it was treated well and cared for carefully, the possibility of infection and pus was relatively low. The female soldier treated the wound and applied anesthetic. She waited for the effect to spread before she pulled out the arrow. "Forget it. Let me do it." Although there was anesthetic, it was still painful. The female soldier did not dare to use too much force, which made Yang Si feel even more pain. Jiang Nongqin, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. She took the initiative to help. Yang Si was about to modestly decline, but she pressed his shoulder with one hand and pulled out the arrow with the other. Without giving him any time to prepare, he felt a sharp pain coming from his shoulder. Yang Si could not help but curse in his heart again. Jiang Nongqin said to the female soldier coldly, "Apply medicine to the military counselor to stop the bleeding. Don't leave any hidden dangers." Due to the years of war, the surgical skills of the medics were improving day by day. Now they could organize a set of rough surgical manuals. Yang Si's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If he had not gritted his teeth and persevered, he might have fainted from the pain. "Officer Jiang, you're a girl after all. Can you be gentle occasionally?" Yang Si could not help but complain. In the end, Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes coldly. There is no distinction between men and women on the battlefield in the army camp. If there is, it's a brothel, she said. We female soldiers do not need such things as gentleness. Yang Si choked back his words and became more energetic. Qin Gong, who was at the side, was a little scared. He was more familiar with Yang Si and had never seen Jiang Nongqin before. At that moment, he could not interrupt. Chapter 1149. Yang Si squinted his eyes and barely saw Jiang Pingji coming against the light. He endured the pain and used his uninjured hand to prop himself up from the stone under him. Jiang Nongqin helped him up when she saw this. "Sinner Yang Si greets my lord." Yang Si took a few steps forward, but Jiang Pingji had already galloped forward. She got off the horse and lifted Yang Si up with one hand. "What do you mean by sinner?" Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows tightly. She stared at the white cloth tied around his shoulder. Because Yang Si moved a little too much, the wound that had just stopped bleeding split open again. Spots of bright red slowly seeped out and dyed the area red. Yang Si's face was pale and he said with shame, "Sinner, I misled the command and caused thousands of soldiers to lose their lives in Gushu." Jiang Pingji thought it was something serious, but he was not to be blamed for it. A fool is bound to gain something from 1,000 considerations, a wise man is bound to make a mistake from 1,000 considerations. Yang Si was a human being, not the brain of heaven. No, even the brain of heaven had made mistakes before, let alone a human being. At the end of the day, it was not Yang Si's fault. He could only blame the enemy for being better than him. He, on the other hand, obediently went to take the blame. How can there be no deaths in war? Jiang Pingji was distressed that thousands of elites had died, but it was not a reason to push the blame to others and shirk responsibility. Yang Si's lips opened and closed for a long time. His bloodshot eyes were glistening with tears, which made the bystanders feel sad. "You have tried your best to deal with the enemy and even saved most of the troops. Why should I blame you?" Jiang Pingji said helplessly, "If you feel guilty, then take good care of your injuries. You suffered a loss in Han Yu's hands this time. Next time, you will get back at him. Yang Si stopped the losses in time and saved more than 6,000 of the 10,000 elites. Most of the casualties were in Gushu Gorge. Who could say that Yang Si had done nothing wrong by being able to retreat under such circumstances? Jiang Pingji looked at Qin Gong and said, Officer Qin was seriously injured. Why didn't you let the medical soldiers treat him? In ancient times, the medical skills were backward. In her era, a missing arm or a broken leg could be regrown in minutes, but it was not possible here. Although Qin Gong did not lose an arm or a leg, the wounds on his body were still quite terrifying. There was even a palm-long cut on his face. Suddenly being called out by Jiang Pingji, Qin Gong came back to his senses. My lord, Qin Gong called out. His mind was still in a mess, so he suddenly became speechless and didn't know what to say. Jiang Pingji said calmly, we'll talk about it later. Field Officer Qin, go and tend to your wounds first to prevent excessive blood loss. Qin Gong thought that he would be reprimanded like a storm, but it turned out to be a warm and caring one, scaring him into a daze. Qin Gong was used to being a capricious lord like Su Fei. He had already mentally prepared himself to be the scapegoat in 72 different ways. No matter what the reason was, it was an indisputable fact that Qin Gong had lost 40% of his troops. If the Lord flew into a rage because of this and used military law to punish him, he would have no complaints. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji did not know what Qin Gong was thinking. If she did, she would have rolled her eyes. Was she the kind of lord who did not distinguish between right and wrong? My lord, let Gong Liao lead the remaining troops and evacuate first. Yang Si slowly sat back on the huge rock and secretly took a deep breath to suppress the pain of his wound. Gong Liao still doesn't know that my lord has arrived with reinforcements. Can you send a messenger to summon him back? Jiang Pingji joked, of course. Otherwise, Gong Liao will run in the wrong direction and into the enemy's lair. At that moment, Jiang Pingji sent a messenger to chase after Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan was a little confused at first. He grabbed the messenger and asked 3 or 4 times before he accepted the surprise. He, who was originally steady, suddenly broke down. He looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. God bless my lord. God bless our army. After the ecstasy, Qing Yuan asked about Yang Si and Qin Gong's situation in detail. When he learned that they were still alive, Qing Yuan almost cried with joy. He hurriedly gathered his troops and horses and returned along the original path. When he was fleeing, his heart was as heavy as a mountain. All kinds of negative emotions weighed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. When he went, Qing Yuan wished he could install a pair of wind and fire wheels under his feet. He flew over with a swish. He galloped on his horse, his sleeves blowing in the wind, and the hairband that bound his hair fluttered non-stop. When he arrived with his troops, the simple and crude camp had already been set up. Pots were set up on piles of bonfires, and a variety of food was bubbling in the pots. The aroma of food drifted into everyone's nostrils, tempting their stomachs to growl like thunder. The surviving soldiers were very hungry. They didn't care that the white rice had just come out of the oven. They opened their mouths and wanted to eat it. The boiling hot rice rolled in their mouths a few times, scalding them until they shivered. Their tongues were scalded until they were red, but they couldn't bear to spit it out. Instead, they swallowed it whole. The heat rolled along their mouths and into their mouths. It was scalding, warm, and satisfying. Many people had already burst into tears. They hugged their bowls and sobbed. Some people were so anxious that they grabbed the rice with their hands. After crying for a while, they laughed. These days, they drank water to fill their stomachs and ate weeds and tree bark. They were so hungry that they could only tighten their belts. The group of people were so hungry that their eyes were glowing. Yang Si was the same, but he had encountered a rather awkward accident. His entire right arm was wrapped tightly and hung in front of his chest. It was very unnatural for him to use chopsticks with his left hand. He could still pick up the large ones if he was not awkward. However, he could not pick up the small ones no matter how hard he tried. Sigh. I hate that I'm not Zixiao. Yang Si was envious for a while and put down his chopsticks unhappily. Wei Si's left and right hands were very agile. Writing with his left hand was comparable to using his right hand. When handling official documents, he also used both hands at the same time. Such a unique skill could not be learned by ordinary people. As he was thinking, a wooden spoon appeared in front of him. Thank you, Colonel Jiang. Yang Si was somewhat flattered. This female colonel was usually very cold. Apart from his lord, there was no one else in her eyes. Yang Si had never dared to provoke such a person. For her to condescend to give him a spoon, it was as if the sun had risen from the west. You're welcome. It's not convenient for the military counselor to use chopsticks. I'm afraid that I'll be disrespectful in front of the lord. Yang Si was speechless. The sun still rose from the east today. This unapproachable colonel could not stop talking about the lord. Yang Si could not help but mutter. Jiang Nongqin, who had sharp ears, could faintly hear her own name. Military counselor. Yang Si coughed softly. He scooped up the spoon and ate his meal, avoiding Jiang Nongqin. However, Jiang Pingji heard what Yang Si said. She glanced at Jiang Nongqin. Her face was as calm as a mountain, but she secretly thought to herself. While Jiang Pingji was eating, the frightened audience quietly poked their heads out. Finally, a few sporadic bullet screens appeared on the blank screen. Xinjia, excuse me. Can I send bullet screens now? Naji, should be able to. The audience from the two dimensions cried like a storm in their hearts. Even though they were separated by a dimension, the murderous aura made them tremble. Chapter 1150. The little princess in the live stream room was shocked. Some of the old fans in the live broadcast room could not take it anymore, let alone the newcomers. Ping Qiu, I'm a newbie in the live streaming room. This is the first time I've gotten a spot. In the past, he had always heard people say that Jiang Bapi had an aura of 2.8 meters and that even the king of hell would be afraid of him when he glared at him. At that time, he had thought that it was a sensational story. No matter how strong the aura is, can it be stronger than my Jiang? Now that I've seen it for myself, it really lives up to its name. My Jiang was instantly crushed. The QAQ streamer's aura is more than 2.8 meters, it's clearly the distance between two dimensions. Zhu Xiao, you're Jiang. Oh, the popular actress who imitates the streamer's character and keeps on F** King the Queen. Duan Lu Tisk, that Xiao Hua who changed her name to Pingxi Streamer. Let's not talk about her. My streamer always likes to speak with facts. She won't use tricks like drinking, eating, and sleeping with people to get ahead. There were so many problems in the entertainment industry. There would always be people who did not learn their lessons. Jiang Pingji's streaming room had been around for many years, and its popularity was always at the top of the charts. In the early years, many newcomers in the entertainment industry would copy the characters in the live broadcast room and rely on that to become popular. However, setting up a person's persona was not something that could be easily messed up. Not to mention, there was still the main body in front of him. Even so, there were still many people who chose this path in order to take a shortcut. As the lord with the most fans in the streaming room, Jiang Pingji naturally had the most fans. However, her fan group was toxic. There were too many big shots from all walks of life. Many young stars who imitated Jiang Pingji's persona were defeated by them. As time passed, the newcomers didn't dare to do it again. Yiwu Yanling, what? Which unsightly flower came out to blackmail the host again? Can you imitate the host's aura? Xinue, I'm going to beat it up. With these topics, the audience's taut nerves finally relaxed. Seeing that the limelight had passed, the audience slowly returned to the joking atmosphere from before. There were too many topics for them to talk about, and they had been holding it in just now. If it wasn't for the tense atmosphere, they would have flooded the screen with bullet screens. Women's harms, Qin Gong, let me hug you and comfort you. Even if you're disfigured, you're still the fattest. Blooming thorns, Qin Gong's wound is very dangerous. If it was a little more to the side, he might be the next Xiahou Dun. Because of Xie Zhe's arrow, Qin Gong was injured by a stray arrow, and a palm-sized wound appeared on his face. The wound was a little deep and could easily leave a scar. However, Qin Gong did not mind. He was a man, and a general at that. Scars were the best medals. Wukong Daodu, I even asked for a protective talisman for Rong Rong. Sure enough, a scourge lives for 1,000 years. The host has come at the right time. Huan Sun Fangchao de Gue Qi, sigh, it's not exactly in time. If it was a few hours earlier, more than 3,000 casualties could have been avoided. Speaking of the tragic battle in the Lonely Hill Canyon, the hearts of the spectators became much heavier. Jiang Pingji was a qualified streamer. She streamed live every day. Her influence and her team were built up through the eyes of the audience. They put themselves in Jiang Pingji's shoes, and the soldiers were their blood and sweat. With so many casualties, how could he not feel heartache? However, as Jiang Pingji had said, how could there be no deaths in war? They only hoped that the chaotic world would end soon, so that they could happily accompany Jiang Pingji to watch the show. Jiang Pingji's originally relaxed mood suddenly sank a little when she saw the bullet screen. Yang Si called himself a sinner. He did not know that Jiang Pingji also blamed herself, but she did not show it. She felt a little sad emotionally, but her rationality told her that the soldiers had died for a reason. Their deaths had brought about the situation that Jiang Pingji wanted the most. Perhaps she had been assimilated into the ancient times. If it was her in the past, she would not even bat an eyelid. She finished eating without changing her expression. Jiang Pingji glanced at a few bullet screen comments. Zayishui Wushuang, let me ask you weakly. Didn't you notice that the host's weapon is a little strange? Liu Siji Lianming, it's indeed very strange. The style of the knife is somewhat like a tang knife. I can't tell the material, but its hardness is definitely more terrifying than the well-tempered steel that we know. I just went to the Tiaba forum and found the recording of today's stream. I dragged it back to watch it and found a very shocking fact. The host used her knife to easily cut through several tiger-headed bronze shields. Needless to say, she cut through several people's bodies with one knife. We can't even achieve this level of knife craftsmanship in our era. Do you think the host can do it in this era? The onlookers saw that Jiang Pingji was unstoppable. Apart from double-clicking 666, she basically did nothing else. Those big shots were different. Their focus was different from ordinary people. The knife in Jiang Pingji's hand was obviously unusually strong. Wuyueshue, could it be alien technology? Tangerine soft candy, maybe it was made by a cultivator. Shimoning, could it be that a super powerful person saw that the host needed to change her knife every time she fought and couldn't help but mail her one? The onlookers used their own black holes of imagination. Some people integrated their imaginations into a story with a beginning and an end. Sankei, maybe the host has a super terrifying backer. This backer is a super powerful person from the cultivation world. He pitied the host for having to change her weapon every time she fought, so he couldn't help but use alien technology to make a plug-in weapon for her. Jiang Pingji looked coldly at the onlookers as they let their imaginations run wild. She thought that it was scary enough that Wei Ci guessed that she was a man in her previous life, until she met the onlookers in the streaming room. She was still too young. However, the origin of the God Slayer was indeed a mystery. She didn't want to explain it, so she let them make wild guesses. The name list of those who died in the war must be sorted out as soon as possible. Add another layer of compensation. Jiang Pingji paused and added, "They died for me. I can't just leave their corpses in a foreign land. Collect their corpses properly tomorrow. This matter cannot be neglected." "Yes." Everyone responded. Jiang Pingji continued, "Jing Rong, it's been hard on you these days." More than 10,000 troops had penetrated deep into the enemy's territory. It was already a great achievement for Yang Si to react quickly and preserve most of his troops. More importantly, they now had sufficient reason to attack Su Pei. She would repay him tenfold in the future for how many of her soldiers were injured by Su Pei today. Little did she know that Su Pei was sitting on pins and needles. While Jiang Pingji was reorganizing her troops, Han Yu led his troops back to Shanwu City. Su Pei thought that Han Yu would return in 1 or 2 days. He didn't expect that he would be delayed for so long. In the end, he didn't get what he wanted. They didn't manage to wipe out the enemy. There was a gap between reality and his imagination. Su Pei was in a bad mood, but he didn't show it on his face. Not only did he not blame Han Yu and Xie, but he also rewarded them greatly and organized a banquet for them. Han Yu had something he wanted to say to Su Pei, but there were too many people around. He could only restrain himself. Halfway through the banquet, Su Pei got up to change his clothes. After changing, Su Pei prepared to return to the banquet. "My lord, I am the assistant general under Captain Xie's command. I have an important matter to report to my lord." Su Pei frowned. When he heard the identity of the person, he waved his hand to dismiss the guards and called the assistant general forward. "What is it that you can't say at the banquet? Why must you talk about it in private?" Chapter 1151. Su Bei's indifferent attitude changed upon hearing this. His face darkened and his eyes darkened. A mere deputy general dared to insult Han Yu in front of him. Who gave him the courage? Su Bei thought to himself, but his expression did not change. He said, "Wenbin has always been generous. Why would he bear a grudge? If what you say is reasonable, he will accept it humbly." These were Su Bei's heartfelt words. Although Han Yu was stubborn and occasionally offended him, he was truly loyal to him. Who wouldn't like a loyal remonstrant who had never formed a clique? The deputy general's heart skipped a beat. Su Bei's words clearly showed that he trusted Han Yu. He had taken the risk to snitch to Su Bei. This action had offended Han Yu to the core. If even the Lord did not believe him, wouldn't he be ruining his future? Now that the arrow was knocked on the bowstring, it had to be released. His back was drenched in sweat as he braced himself and revealed everything he knew. The deputy general said, "I know I am guilty. It is unbecoming of a gentleman to talk behind someone's back. However, military advisor Han monopolizes military power and is arrogant. He has changed military orders several times, causing delays in battle. Now, he is even shamelessly claiming credit and deceiving the Lord. How can I betray my loyalty and pretend not to know?" Su Bei was suspicious when he heard this. Although Han Yu had a straightforward personality and offended people easily, none of the civil and military officials in the tent had ever criticized Han Yu in this aspect. At most, they would say that Han Yu had a bad temper and was overbearing. However, this was not a major problem. "What do you mean by that? If there is no evidence, then this is a false accusation." Su Bei's voice deepened. His eyes carried a hint of fierceness as he stared at the deputy general. The deputy general steeled his heart and said, "Military advisor Han, let Lu Shi go. Isn't this a major crime?" Su Bei almost choked on his own saliva. He could not be blamed for losing his composure. The deputy general's words were too shocking. What did he mean by, "Han, you let Lu Shi go"? Lu Shi was in the midst of an army of tens of thousands. How could Han Yu let her go? Tell me in detail. What exactly happened? The deputy general had already taken a gamble. He had already prepared for the worst. He did not expect Su Bei to not blame him and instead ask him about it. Seeing this, the deputy general knew that there was hope. He said, "Although military advisor Han has some weapons, the commander of the entire army is Commandant Xie." The deputy general was about to say that Han Yu was bossing Xie Zhe around, monopolizing military power, and complaining about the injustice done to his own general. However, Su Bei was not in the mood to listen. "Tell me why Wenbin let Lu Shi go first. Put the rest aside for now." The deputy general felt wronged and swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach. He said concisely, "Yang Si and the others should have been buried in Guxiu." Unexpectedly, military counselor Han made a mistake in his command, giving the thieves a chance to linger on. After that, their reinforcements arrived, and General Han retreated without a fight. If that's the case, I have the right to act as the military advisor when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good and promptly stopped the losses. But the military advisor had already recognized that the leader of the reinforcements was Lu Shi. Su Bei felt that this was a joke. Lu Shi had personally led troops and rushed over from afar to save Yang Si and the others. This must be fake, right? This was what Su Bei was thinking, but the deputy general's expression was not fake. For a moment, his heart wavered. Lu Shi's martial prowess is indeed extraordinary, and her temperament is restless. It is possible that she will personally take action. The deputy general could not help but interrupt Su Bei's words. He said, "Lu Shi's reinforcements are less than 3,000, and the remnants of Yang Si and the others have either escaped or are injured. Our army still has 20,000 troops. Why can't we fight?" Without thinking, military counselor Han changed the military order and forced Colonel Xie to order a retreat. "My lord, military counselor Han has missed a great opportunity. His intentions are unforgivable. If we can exchange for Lu Shi's head, I believe that these 20,000 soldiers will definitely not feel pity for themselves. For my lord, even if they have to sacrifice their lives, they will let Lu Shi stay." But military counselor Han ordered a retreat. At this point, the deputy general felt wronged and his eyes reddened. He was truly loyal to Su Bei and Xie Zhe. If he could exchange 20,000 lives for Jiang Pingji's head, he was willing to do it. Because he was very clear that if he did not do it now, he would have to pay with even more casualties in the future. Su Bei looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He said to the deputy general, "Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything." The deputy general was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Yes." Su Bei took a long time to change his clothes this time. Han Yu was worried that he had met with an accident and became the second Wu Mashang. He was about to send someone to ask when Su Bei rushed back. By then, the banquet was more than half over. Everyone had drunk 3 rounds of wine and was tipsy. Han Yu noticed that Su Bei's face was a little gloomy. He thought to himself, "Is there any bad news?" Thinking about the current situation, Han Yu frowned deeply. Worry was written all over his face. "Wenbin, are you troubled by something?" Qing Yuan looked away from the performance and turned his gaze to Han Yu, who was not in the right mood. During the period when Han Yu had led the troops to pursue Yang Si, Su Bei had put Qing Yuan in an important position. Therefore, Qing Yuan's seat at the banquet was closer to the front. "It's just a few matters, the banquet was not a place to discuss matters. Han Yu could only vaguely refer to it. Qing Yuan understood, but he believed in his lord's strength. She might not lose to Jiang Pingji. How can Lu Shi and his kind be mentioned in the same breath as my lord? Even if they have a moment of glory, in the end, they will be like a shooting star in the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Just like her humble family, which had no foundation, they would eventually be annihilated along with the chaos of the world. Han Yu did not comment. He was too lazy to correct Qing Yuan's stubborn thoughts. While Qing Yuan was frantically cheering for his lord, Su Bei's gaze wandered to Han Yu. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He trusted Han Yu, but the deputy general's words made him feel very uncomfortable. Han Yu had 20,000 troops under his command. How could he not defeat a few thousand defeated soldiers? Knowing that the enemy's vassals were right in front of their formation, Han Yu did not think about killing them. Instead, he gave such a ridiculous order to retreat. Su Bei knew how terrifying Jiang Pingji's combat power was, but it was difficult for one person to fight against 4/5 of a group. No matter how powerful a person was, an army of 20,000 using the tactic of head-on fighting against him would always be able to kill him. As long as Jiang Pingji could die, so what if the 20,000 soldiers were sacrificed? To put it more bluntly, so what if Han Yu himself was sacrificed? Was it not worth it? Jiang Pingji was still single. She did not have any heirs to carry on her will. If she died, the forces in Wanzhou that had gathered together because of her would collapse. Even if Lu Shi was still around, he had retired for many years and had long stopped caring about the affairs of the world. Even if he came back, what use would he be? Why did Han Yu let go of such a good opportunity? Su Bei had also thought about it. Perhaps Han Yu had his own considerations. But could these considerations be worth the lives of the enemy's vassals? After the banquet, Han Yu went to see Su Bei in private. Han Yu wanted to talk about this matter. As a member of the aristocratic family, Su Bei did not show any signs of dissatisfaction on the surface, even though he was dissatisfied. Chapter 1152. Su Bei had intended to use the art of checks and balances to promote others to divide the power in Han Yu's hands. Han Yu had no objection to this. After all, extreme prosperity leads to decline. If he was placed in too much of an important position, Su Bei would question and be wary of him sooner or later. On the other hand, this could also provide opportunities for talented people to cultivate more useful people for the Lord. The prosperity of a force couldn't depend on one person. It needed 100 flowers to bloom together. Han Yu wasn't an autocratic person. Su Bei intended to check and balance the power, so he took the opportunity to give others opportunities. It was the best of both worlds. Late one night, an unexpected person climbed over the wall of his house. Han Yu looked at Xie Zhe, who was dressed in black, speechless. Why couldn't you talk about it during the day in the government office? Why did you have to climb over his wall in the middle of the night? He tightened the cloak on his shoulders with a bronze lamp in his right hand. Han Yu changed his clothes and returned to his room in the middle of the night. He was almost scared to death when he saw a dark shadow squatting outside his door. What is Commandant Xie doing? Han Yu smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that he had a good personal relationship with Xie Zhe, he would have called the guards to beat Xie Zhe out of the room. While observing Xie Zhe's hesitant expression, he raised his hand and pushed the door open. He couldn't help but laugh. Commandant Xie, you'd better go inside and talk. If the night patrol sees us, I don't know what kind of rumors will spread the next day. Han Yu lit up the lamp. The room was brighter under the illumination of the lamp. Xie Zhe followed him into the room. Han Yu teased him when he saw that he didn't speak. All the soldiers in the army say that Commandant Xie is an upright man. Who would have thought that you have the hobby of a gentleman on a beam? Climbing over someone's wall in the middle of the night. Xie's cheeks turned red from the teasing and he stuttered. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he knelt down and apologized. Han Yu was shocked and quickly helped him up. Commandant Xie, please get up. What are you doing? Xie said, Military counselor, I didn't manage properly. I let the assistant general take advantage of the loophole and slandered the lord. Han Yu was confused. Why did you say that? Xie was so ashamed that he refused to get up. He stammered out the whole story. Xie wouldn't have known that his deputy had stabbed Han Yu in the back, if it wasn't for the fact that his deputy had spilled the beans and badmouthed Han Yu in front of him. Every word that the deputy general had said to Su Bei had pierced through his heart. Xie suddenly understood when he thought of his lord's attitude toward Han Yu. This was not the tacit understanding between the lord and Han Yu at all. It was obvious that the lord was really dissatisfied. She might even be suspicious. As Xie continued, the smile on Han Yu's face gradually faded away. What was left was a chilling coldness. There seemed to be an undercurrent of coldness in his eyes. Counselor, Xie was interrupted by Han Yu. Forget it, I already know about this matter. Thank you for coming so late at night to inform me. Han Yu's voice wasn't as clear and bright as usual. Instead, it carried a chill that made people's hair stand on end. He seemed to be brewing something. Xie opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Han Yu paused and said, I plan to stay at home for a few days. I won't be seeing any guests. If there's nothing important, please don't come to visit. Xie was the most important general under Su Bei's command. He held military power in his hands. If he got too close to Han Yu, neither of them would be in a good position. Han Yu lowered his eyelids to hide the thoughts in his eyes. Xie couldn't help but want to put in a good word for Su Bei to ease the tense relationship between Su Bei and Han Yu. Before he could open his mouth, Han Yu laughed and said, You don't have to be so cautious, Lieutenant Xie. I know what I'm doing. Su Bei was the lord that he had personally chosen. How could he be disappointed in Su Bei just because of a moment of suspicion? It would be abnormal if there were no stumbles between the lord and his subordinate. After Xie left, the smile on Han Yu's face returned to normal. He sat in front of the table and watched the flickering candlelight. There was an undercurrent in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Han Yu let out a long sigh, blew out the candlelight, and went to sleep. Now that the great battle was imminent, no matter how afraid Su Bei was, he would not truly touch him. He could use this time to dispel his opponent's worries. Jiang Pingji led the troops to rush to Yang Xi's aid. Within a few days, the main army also hurried over and successfully joined forces with Jiang Pingji. Yang Xi, who was holed up in the tent, heard that the army had arrived. He hurriedly kicked away the thin blanket covering his body and angrily looked for Qiguan Rang to settle the score. Since his martial strength was not enough, he called Qin Gong over. Qin Gong was also an injured soldier, but he practiced martial arts all year round and had a strong body. His injuries were heavier than Yang Xi's, but he recovered much faster than Yang Xi. Advisor Yang, Advisor Yang. Wait a moment. Where are you going? Yang Xi stopped in his tracks and said with a fierce expression, Of course I'm looking for the culprit, the one who put us in such a difficult situation. Qiguan Rang's declaration of war had really screwed him over. If not for his lord's timely arrival, he would have already gone to the King of Hell, drank Granny Meng's soup, and crossed the bridge of helplessness. The corpse was cold. Qin Gong was still a newbie, and the forces of Wanzhou were unfamiliar to him. Who gave him the courage to diss the elders before even bowing to them? Was it Yang Xi? Isn't this very offensive? So be it, Yang Xi said, feeling wronged. I almost lost my life. Isn't this even more aggrieved? But advisor. Qin Gong was dragged away by Yang Si. The patrolling soldiers saw the way the two of them were tugging at each other, and it attracted countless strange looks. The newbie Qin Gong was thin-skinned, and he quickly blushed. If the Lord finds out, what should we do? Picking a fight for no reason and violating military discipline, be careful that the Lord makes life difficult for him. Yang Si said, if the Lord finds out, then so be it. According to her temperament, it's good enough that she didn't add fuel to the fire. Qin Gong was speechless. He slandered the Lord behind her back and still acted very sloppy and normal. Such a non-mainstream relationship between the Lord and his minister was really an eye-opener for him. Yang Si said he would go to the door. He asked where Qiguan Rang's tent was and directly pulled Qin Gong over. Before entering the tent, he smelled the aroma of food. He opened the tent and happened to hear Qiguan Rang and Wei Xi chatting and laughing. Look, they're here. Qin Gong was speechless. Qiguan Rang and Wei Xi looked at the two people outside the tent. Seeing them enter, the former got up and bowed deeply to them. Yang Si saw this ostentatious display and felt very upset. Qiguan Rang had taken the initiative to apologize and admit defeat. He felt that his fist had landed on cotton, and all his grievances had dissipated. He simply gave himself a way out and said, I heard that Wen Zheng is holding a banquet. Can we welcome a couple of uninvited guests? Qiguan Rang smiled and said, You're most welcome. Qin Gong looked left and right, still a little confused. He really couldn't understand the tricks of the literati group. Yang Si held a soup spoon in his left hand and ate. Qin Gong also ate a meal. Wei Xi saw that he was frowning deeply, as if troubled by something. He asked with a smile, What is Feng Jing worried about? Qin Gong saw that the person who asked was Wei Xi, a man who was more beautiful than a woman. He immediately blushed and casually made an excuse. It's nothing much, I'm just wondering. The march is tough, and this dish looks, smells, and tastes good. I wonder how military advisor Qiguan prepared it. Wei Xi smiled and said, In order to make amends to Jing Rong, Wen Jing secretly promised me many good things. Qin Gong was speechless. Chapter 1153. Jiang Pingji heard about Qiguan Rang inviting Yang Si to a banquet to make amends. As the Lord, she had yet to say anything, but the audience had already excitedly opened their bets. Long Shui Shijiang, Qiguan Rang wants to bribe little Rongrong with just one meal. Naive, childish, and overestimating himself. At least 2 meals. Nianzhou Zizidi, little Rongrong almost lost her life this time. 1 meal is definitely not enough. Yuxing Fan, the people above are all salted fish. No matter what, Yang Si is still a strategist. Have you ever seen a strategist change his stance for food? Some of the audience happily joined in the fun, while others were more realistic. Whether it was Yang Si or Qiguan Rang, they were both intelligent white and black people, not kindergarten kids. When kindergarten kids had a conflict, a lollipop could reconcile, and a big meal could make them as close as wearing a pair of pants. These two white and black people had a conflict. Who knows, they might be at each other's throats from now on. Of course, this was not what worried them the most. They were most worried that Qiguan Rang and Yang Si's discord would cause internal divisions in Wanzhou. The audience raised their heads in anticipation, eager to know the final outcome. Jiang Pingji was also quite curious. I heard that Wenjing asked Zixiao to cook yesterday. Jiang Pingji said with a smile, Zixiao's cooking skills are excellent. Jing Rong got lucky. Qiguan Rang waved his feather fan lightly. When he heard Jiang Pingji mention yesterday's incident, his calm eyes stirred up some waves. Zixiao's cooking skills are indeed good. Even the royal chef is slightly inferior. If Jing Rong knew that the person who cooked was Zixiao, I'm afraid she would stick to him. As they spoke, Jiang Pingji saw a bullet screen. Longan Babeo Kanji, didn't the ancient say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? Even if Zixiao's cooking skills are really good, isn't it a deliberate provocation for Qiguan Rang to ask Zixiao to cook? He felt a little uncomfortable at the thought. It was as if Qiguan Rang was using Zixiao as a cook. According to the audience's understanding, Qiguan Rang's actions were inappropriate. However, he had really wronged Qiguan Rang. Inuaja Zhuge Qinmo, what does a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen have to do with cooking? If you want to say that it sounds hypocritical, I can understand. These words came from the Mencius. The original sentence was, a gentleman is like a beast. When he sees it alive, he cannot bear to see it die. When he hears its sound, he cannot bear to eat its flesh. This is why a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen. In layman's terms, not entering the kitchen was because one did not want to hear the screams of livestock. This was because one would not have the heart to eat or kill. It was not to say that a gentleman should not cook. However, with the evolution of society, many words have been deliberately twisted. For example, a woman's virtue is to have no talent. The original meaning has been twisted to the point that even his mother wouldn't recognize it. Be it a gentleman or a villain, they all had to eat. Otherwise, they would have starved to death. Qiguan Rang privately asked Wei Xi, who had excellent culinary skills, to help him. He did not mean to look down on him. If it was really a humiliation, would Wei Xi foolishly agree? Qiguan Rang did not know about the existence of the bullet screen and said, my lord's prediction is correct. Zixiao has been entangled. Jiang Pingji imagined the scene of Yang Si surrounding and intercepting Wei Xi in her mind. She could not help but laugh involuntarily. After a moment of silence, Jiang Pingji suddenly opened her mouth. The blame for this disaster lies on me. This time, Wenjing has been wronged. You have to take the blame for me. Jiang Pingji had asked for the declaration of war. Qiguan Rang had merely obeyed her orders. If one wanted to nitpick, the most one could say was that Qiguan Rang's declaration of war was too hurtful, causing Su Bei to fly into a rage out of humiliation. In this matter, Jiang Pingji and Yang Si each had 50% of the responsibility. Qiguan Rang was merely an innocent bystander. He did not do anything wrong, but he had to bear Yang Si's wrath. From Qiguan Rang's perspective, he felt rather wronged. If Qiguan Rang and Yang Si quarreled, Jiang Pingji would not blame them. She decisively admitted her mistake, causing Qiguan Rang to look at her in astonishment. According to the mainstream thinking of the ancient times, it was impossible for the Lord to be wrong. The only ones who were wrong were the officials. Taking Jiang Pingji's case as an example, she felt that she was wrong. However, from the perspective of Qiguan Rang and the others, this was not the case. As the conspirators, they did not discover the hidden dangers. They did not advise the Lord in time, causing her to make a mistake. Hence, the responsibility was on them. This logic was unreasonable in Jiang Pingji's eyes, but the others did not find anything wrong with it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Do I look like the kind of person who will not admit to my crimes? Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile. She and Qiguan Rang were not only the Lord's officials but also good friends. They were quite casual when it did not involve official matters. She did not put on airs. Do you want me to cook a meal for you personally? Qiguan Rang lowered his eyelids and said faintly, my lord said that she was wrong, but I am innocent. Why do you have to punish me? Jiang Pingji did not react for a moment. She only reacted after a while. Qiguan Rang was mocking her for her poor cooking skills. Eating the food she cooked was like being punished. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Their friendship was over. The reaction of the audience in the streaming room was even more unbridled. They changed their ways to ridicule Chiguan Rang. At the same time, they called Chiguan Rang like crazy. These days, it was rare to see a subordinate who dared to directly contradict his own boss. Tudu Feicho, Boss Chiguan does not have a strong presence, but he is a boss. His EQ is high. Le Siji Lianming, not only does Boss Chiguan have a high EQ, but he is also truly loyal to the streamer. If this happened to me, I would definitely be angry. Yang Si did not look for the culprit but attacked me instead. I am not going to take the blame for this. Once things get out of hand, it will not just be a conflict between two strategists. It will even shake the streamer's power. For example, choosing sides, forming cliques, and so on. Boss Chiguan Rang must have known about this situation, so he took the initiative to take a step back. Yang Si also knew when to stop. Both of them took a step back. The world was clear. Everyone understood this simple logic. Which of the strategists was not a shrewd person? But it was not easy to take a step back. This concerned one's face and dignity. Many people knew that it was wrong to do so, but they would often be aggressive for their own interests. For the sake of the overall situation and internal harmony, Chiguan Rang decisively took a step back. From this, one could see his breadth of mind and foresight. The crisis that could have caused a conflict disappeared just like that. Only one person was very frustrated. Wei Ci was targeted by Yang Si. In order to avoid this glutton, Wei Ci could only escape to Jiang Pingji's place to hide. Such a glutton, sooner or later he will fall because of this. Jiang Pingji commented. Ever since Yang Si entered her camp, she had often commented on him like this. Wei Ci said, "Isn't that so? He doesn't learn his lesson in 2 lifetimes." Fortunately, Jiang Pingji had already turned off the streaming room. Otherwise, Wei Ci's words would have blown up the audience. Jiang Pingji had a smile in her eyes. She asked casually, "Why? Jing Rong has fallen because of this before." Chapter 1154. Zuda. Jiang Pingji searched in her mind before she could match the person. "The Zuda you mentioned, is it Tang Yao?" Jiang Pingji was not very interested in Wei Ci's past life. She rarely took the initiative to ask about it, unless she was bored and wanted to listen to stories to kill time. Tang Yao and Jing Rong don't seem to have any interactions. Why are they fighting each other? In their previous lives, Zhu De and Jing Rong were both Huang Song officials. Zhu De was born in an aristocratic family, so he attached great importance to his family status. Jing Rong was born in a poor family, but Huang Song put her in an important position. Of course the two of them didn't get along. The discord between them ran deep. Wei Ci knew Jiang Pingji's temperament. Telling her these things would not affect her trust in Yang Si. Her Majesty took the initiative to befriend Jing Rong and frequently gifted her with delicious food and delicacies. At first, it was nothing, but as time went on, Yang Si and Huang Song grew apart. After that, he used several successive stratagems to sow discord. Jing Rong had no choice but to seek refuge with His Majesty. Yang Si did not jump ship because of his gluttony, but the cause of his jump ship was indeed because of his gluttony. In his previous life, if it weren't for Tang Yao's godly assistance, the possibility of Yang Si taking the initiative to jump ship wasn't high. Jiang Pingji listened with great interest. She did not forget to mock him. "I'm afraid that Jing Rong is going to regret his actions. If it's recorded in the history books, the future generations will know that he made a mistake because of his gluttony. This reason was really shameful." She could totally imagine what the students of later generations would call Yang Si, foodie. Wei Ci pursed his lips and smiled. Wasn't that right? In his previous life, Yang Si had often hugged him and poured out his grievances. This dark history was simply an unspeakable pain in life. Jiang Pingji asked again, "What about Tang Yao?" Wei Ci lowered his eyelids and said lightly, "After Huang Song was defeated, he committed suicide." He wasn't lying, but he wasn't completely lying either. Under Huang Song's command, Tang Yao often gave Yang Si a hard time. The two of them were always at loggerheads with each other. Tang Yao even used the excuse of being drunk to point at the mulberry tree and scold the locust tree that Yang Si was the son of a prostitute. Yang Si endured the humiliation. Later, when Huang Song was defeated, he returned the humiliation to Tang Yao. In the end, Tang Yao could not bear the humiliation and was forced by Yang Si to commit suicide by hitting the wall. It couldn't be said that Yang Si was wrong in this matter, but his means of revenge were indeed somewhat vicious. Wei Ci did not want his lord to be dissatisfied with Yang Si because of this. Jiang Pingji did not question further. Tang Yao should be compiling books with Master Yuanjing now, right? Wei Ci said, "This is more suitable for him. It's also safe for him." The world was in chaos and the feudal lords were in internal strife. It was either you die or I live. With Tang Yao's temperament, he would be fine under any lord, but he was indeed not suitable for Jiang Pingji. The pride of an aristocratic family had long since melted into his bones and was deeply rooted. It wasn't something that could be corrected with just a few words. Rather than letting him come into contact with power and provoke discord among the forces in Wanzhou, it was better to let him make the best use of him and follow the teacher in writing books. Not to mention anything else, Tang Yao's knowledge and literary talent were truly impeccable. You're right. Writing books is more suitable for him. Jiang Pingji furrowed her brows. She was short of manpower at the moment, but she would rather have none than have a substandard one. Tang Yao was indeed talented, but he was indeed not suitable for her at the moment. He won't quit while he's ahead like Jing Rong, and he won't take the initiative to give in like Wen Jing. The biggest possibility was that he would argue for what was right and put everyone on the spot. Jiang Pingji and Su Bei had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. After Gu Su Gorge, she had Qiguan Rang write a declaration of war. The previous declaration of war was a public condemnation, but this one was an official declaration of war. When Su Bei received the declaration of war, he flew into a rage. He immediately sent someone to write a declaration of war to scold them. It was a joyous scolding battle. As the conflict of public opinion escalated, the smell of gunpowder between the two parties became more and more intense. Su Bei followed Han Yu's previous suggestion and mobilized his troops in preparation for war. Jiang Pingji was not to be outdone. She occupied the Sichuan plains to train her troops, and at the same time, she ordered the rear to transport more weapons and rations. At this juncture, Su Bei played a trick in private. He sent a messenger to Huang Song's side to persuade him, preparing to form an alliance with Huang Song to resist Jiang Pingji. This suggestion was jointly proposed by Han Yu and Qing Sun. The officials in the tent all agreed. Although they didn't want to admit it, compared to Jiang Pingji, Su Bei's military strength was indeed inferior. Everyone knew that once Su Bei fell, Jiang Pingji's next target would be Huang Song. The two of them had a mutually dependent relationship. No matter what schemes Huang Song had in mind, he couldn't remain indifferent. Huang Song quickly replied and formed an alliance in private. To express his sincerity, Huang Song even sent a very special woman to Su Bei. Su Bei was speechless. Did he seem like such a lecherous person? Su Bei was born in the Su family. What kind of woman couldn't he get? Why did he have to play with a married woman? Yes, Huang Song had sent him a woman who had turned over a new leaf. This woman had married 4 husbands and caused the death of 4 of them. When Su Bei heard about this, he was so angry that he almost exploded. Was Huang Song trying to form an alliance, or was he playing a prank on him? Until he read Huang Song's reply. Is this true? Su Bei furrowed his brows. Can we really use this woman to drive a wedge between Yang Si and Lu Shi? The skinny woman knelt on the ground. Beside her knelt a thin and weak little boy. According to Huang Song's letter, this woman had a history with Yang Si. The little boy beside her was Yang Si's only child. In the Battle of Tsang Prefecture, Jiang Pingji and Huang Song had peacefully divided the two counties of Tsang Prefecture and Qinzhou. The two counties of Tsang Prefecture belonged to Jiang Pingji, while Qinzhou belonged to Huang Song. Qinzhou happened to be Yang Si's hometown. Not long ago, this woman had been arrested by her neighbors and sent to the magistrate's office for killing her husband. According to the law, she should have been beheaded in public. However, she mentioned Yang Si, and this case was handed over to Huang Song. After a round of investigation and interrogation, the woman confessed that she and Yang Si had a past when they were young. Huang Song had been tricked by Yang Si so many times that he hated him to the core. When he heard the woman's words, he immediately paid attention and sent people to investigate. Yang Si's hometown was in Qinzhou's Jiangding County. This matched the woman's testimony. What they found later also matched the woman's testimony. This woman had killed her fourth husband because he had beaten her son. Huang Song's intuition told him that he could make a fuss about this. However, he didn't dare to agree with Yang Si's taste. Yang Si was the son of a prostitute, yet he had impregnated another prostitute and had given birth to a son. Huang Song said to the woman, I heard that Jing Rong is still unmarried and has a very pitiful life. He will definitely bring you and your daughter back and treat you well. The woman shrunk her shoulders and hung her head low. She looked timid, but when she heard Huang Song's words, her eyes lit up. Her eyes were filled with greed. Huang Song was very satisfied. He handed the woman and the child over to Su Bei's messenger. How Su Bei operated was none of his business. Yang Si used his own experience to illustrate a saying, a man sits in his tent, and a pot falls from the sky. When the two armies started the war, they first probed the enemy on a small scale. Jiang Pingji ordered Qin Gong and Yang Si to lead 20,000 troops to Longshui in Shanghai County. This was the place where Sichuan Plain and Shanwing Town bordered each other. They would hold back a portion of Su Bei's troops. Another 30,000 troops were dispatched to launch a probing attack on Zhe County to find out the enemy's strength. The remaining troops were to stay behind and wait for the situation to change. Chapter 1155. I'm afraid it's a Hongmen banquet. Qin Gong also read the contents of the invitation and subconsciously furrowed his brows. When the two armies were at war, if Yang Si got close to the enemy, it would arouse the suspicions of the higher-ups. Such a simple and crude method of sowing discord seemed simple and crude, but it often achieved unexpected results. Unfortunately, his lord was not a fool. She would never be led by the nose by others. If she had such an idea, she would be really stupid. Yang Si closed the invitation and sneered. So what if it's a Hongmen banquet? I'm just a small military advisor. I can't control the situation. If it really was a Hongmen banquet, it should be directed at the Lord. Yang Si was making a mountain out of a molehill. Qin Gong choked and said hesitantly, but the Lord's eyes are clear and her heart is clear. Ordinary tricks won't work on her. I'm a little curious. Why did Su Bei and his gang suddenly do this? Yang Si was not worried at all. He had followed Jiang Pingji for many years. He still had this bit of trust. I want to go and take a look. When Qin Gong heard this, he slowly swallowed his words of persuasion. Since the military advisor knew what to do, he was relieved. However, before the military advisor goes, why don't you inform the Lord first? If you go without permission, I'm afraid they'll use this to make a fuss. Qin Gong was very young, but with Su Fei as his former master, he was also trained to be cautious. He felt more stable than Yang Si. After Yang Si heard this, he pursed his lips and laughed. He gently knocked the rolled invitation on the table, making a melodious sound. Officer Qin's words make sense. Yang Si considered himself a nobody, but he had attracted a lot of hatred. There was no guarantee that someone would take the opportunity to harm him. For this Hongmen banquet, he had to bring some people along to boost his courage and add some bargaining chips to his life. There were still 2 days before the banquet. Yang Si mentioned this matter to Jiang Pingji, and she rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you afraid that they'll poison you to death during the banquet? Jiang Pingji frowned at her family's advisor. She felt that her family was poisonous. Apart from a few simple and honest generals, the few civil officials were basically restless. Feng Jin, Wei Xiai, and the rest were fine. After all, they were from an aristocratic family and had gentle personalities. However, Feng Zhen and Yang Si were different. Yang Si said, when 2 armies cross swords, they do not kill the envoys. Yang Si wasn't a feudal lord, he was merely a strategist serving under a feudal lord. He wasn't worthy of Su Bei breaking this iron rule. Jiang Pingji said, since you're not afraid of death, why did you come to me for help? Yang Si said straightforwardly, isn't this just in case? Take Han Yu for example. If this feast at Hongmen was set up by Han Yu, Yang Si felt that his life would be in danger. Seeing that Yang Si was eager to try, Jiang Pingji relented. Alright, I'll send a few people to follow you. Not only did Jiang Pingji think that Yang Si was eager to court death, but the idle onlookers could also tell. Fudi Yang Jingrong, every day, I'm on the brink of death. Zigang Jiang Pingji, if you court death again, I'll break your legs. The audience even photoshopped a gif of a white crane with a broken leg and crutches extending its leg at the edge of the circle. The words, courting death, were written on the circle, and Yang Si was written on the white crane's head. Jiang Pingji watched as the white crane extended its leg again and again, only to have its leg broken by the washboard again and again. She held in her laughter. The idle onlookers in the live stream room were quite talented. When Yang Si saw who the guard was, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. His nerves were stretched taut. Why did the Lord let Officer Jiang come? Jiang Nongqin lowered her eyelids and said, the Lord asked me to follow the military counselor to broaden my horizons and protect his safety. Yang Si was speechless. It was just a feast at Hongmen. What could she broaden her horizons? I'm a woman. When ordinary people see women, they'll always lower their vigilance. It'll be more convenient for them to act. Jiang Nongqin did not wear armor. She changed into a plain female dress, which was rare. She pretended to be Yang Si's maid. Her facial features were not very outstanding. Because she had a cold face all year round, her eyebrows and eyes looked very cold and hard. She was not as gentle and beautiful as ordinary women. Even if she was wearing a female dress, she still gave people the illusion that she was carrying a broadsword to hack people anytime and anywhere. She was indeed half a disciple taught by the Lord. Obviously, Officer Zhang's words don't include you and the Lord. Yang Si secretly looked away. He was afraid that it would hurt his eyes if he looked too much. For other women, appearance was very important. If they looked mediocre, they would not be able to be found in a crowd. However, the person in front of him was different. Her aura was like a searchlight, so bright that it was blinding. Jiang Nongqin frowned and corrected him honestly. It's the Lord and me. Even someone as smart as Yang Si was confused by Jiang Nongqin. It's indeed you and the Lord, Jiang Nongqin asked with a cold face, how can I be before the Lord? It's disrespectful. Yang Si was speechless. It was hopeless. Because it was near the battlefield, almost half of the people of Longshui had escaped. The rest were either old, weak, or sick. The population was sparse and the streets were cold. Only a certain mansion in the city was bustling with noise and excitement. It was brightly lit. One could hardly feel the smoke of war in it. Yang Si arrived on time for the banquet. The other party treated him as a distinguished guest and prepared a feast of good wine and dishes. There were even beauties dancing during the banquet to liven things up. They toasted each other and chatted happily. The dancers' clothes were thin and translucent. Their hair was decorated with pearls. As they danced and collided with each other, they made a crisp sound. Their feet were fair and their legs were slender. Their skin revealed a clear texture under the illumination of the orange lights. At first, Yang Si was tense, but as the banquet began, he relaxed. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were cold. "Is there anyone you like, Mr. Yang?" After the dance ended, the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table asked Yang Si. Yang Si said, "The dance is good and the person is a beauty." The middle-aged man laughed heartily and pointed at the leading lady to make tea and serve wine to Yang Si. Yang Si asked, "Let's not beat around the bush. There must be a reason for General Zhao's hospitality, right?" The middle-aged man's surname was Zhao, and his name was Xiao. He was originally a famous scholar in Jiangzhou's Eastgate County. Now that he was seeking shelter under Su Pei's camp, he even got the title of a surplus general that was neither high nor low. The title sounded good, but in reality, he did not have military power. It was rather like being pampered. Zhao Xiao said, "What reason?" "I just heard of your deeds and secretly admired you, so I wanted to meet you." Yang Si's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was not a 3-year-old child. Why would he believe Zhao Xiao's words? Zhao Xiao's name sounded unfamiliar, but no one dared to underestimate what he had done. Years ago, young Jian went to the Huangshui conference as a vassal of Dongqing. During the conference, he performed well and caused Prince Changshu to suffer. He became a dark horse at that time. After the conference, young Jian's reputation soared and he gained many benefits from the conference. Young Jian originally wanted to unite the aristocratic families of Dongmen Commandery to fight against the fake Prince Changshu. However, he did not expect Zhao Xiao to be sinister. Afraid that young Jian would bring up old scores, he made a move first and poisoned him. The grudge between young Jian and Zhao Xiao went back more than 20 years. It was just a small matter. Zhao Xiao had a milk brother who relied on Zhao Xiao's power to bully the villagers. In the end, he was killed by the young and aggressive young Jian. The two became enemies because of this. The milk brother was, to put it bluntly, the son of a wet nurse. He was a slave who had nothing to do with Zhao Xiao. This slave also relied on his master's power to bully others everywhere, ruining his master's reputation. He deserved to die. Because of this grudge, Zhao Xiao bore it for more than 20 years. In the end, he took the risk and poisoned young Jian to death. Young Jian was tortured by the poisoned wine for an entire night before he died in agony. It was clear how dark and narrow-minded this person was. After that, with the rise of young Jian's son, young Tao, Zhao Xiao fled to Nanjing with the fake emperor out of fear of death. Unexpectedly, under the planning of Yan Lin, young Tao's strategist, Zhao Xiao set his sights on Nanjing's territory. Helpless, Zhao Xiao could only pack his bags and flee back. Coincidentally, Su Bei took the opportunity to swallow up half of Jiangzhou. Zhao Xiao used his status as an aristocratic family to seek refuge with Su Bei and became a surplus general. This guy said that he admired Yang Si, so he held a banquet to entertain him. Even a pig wouldn't believe this. Yang Si responded carefully. Zhao Xiao continued to summon singers and dancers to liven things up. There were also other aristocratic families at the banquet to liven up the atmosphere. One after another, they urged him to drink. Yang Si could not refuse and could only drink. His alcohol tolerance was decent. Nowadays, winemaking techniques were not good, and the alcohol content was not high. Hence, Yang Si did not get drunk. When the banquet ended, the night was already as dark as ink. Jiang Nongqin, who was disguised as a servant, helped him back to the sleeping quarters prepared by Xiao Xiao. This Xiao Xiao. I wonder what he's up to, Jiang Nongqin frowned. Since the banquet started, she had been waiting outside. Although she did not see this scene at the banquet with her own eyes, with her excellent eyesight and hearing, she could imagine most of it in her head. Yang Si lowered his voice and said, "You'll know in a while." Even if he did not mention it during the banquet, he would definitely reveal it after the banquet. However, Yang Si never expected that Xiao Xiao would prepare such a big gift for him. "There's someone in the room." Before she got close, Jiang Nongqin had already sensed the presence of a stranger in the room. Yang Si pursed his lips. Could it be a honey trap? Jiang Nongqin closed her eyes and said coldly, "Throwing a meat bun at a dog is a one-way trip. A honey trap is really stupid." Yang Si was speechless. "Field Officer Jiang, you've gone too far." In order to save face, Yang Si said again, "Maybe it's an assassination." Jiang Nongqin said in surprise, "If it's an assassination, wouldn't it be faster to poison him during the banquet?" Yang Si was eating happily. He did not refuse any good wine and delicacies, and he was served by a beauty in his arms. He would be a romantic even if he was a ghost. Yang Si was speechless. In order to avoid the awkward conversation, Yang Si pushed open the door of the sleeping quarters. The room was lit by candlelight, and a graceful woman was sitting at the table. A honey trap. Jiang Nongqin gave Yang Si a "take it easy" look and said with a faint smile, "Remember to call for help if there's any danger. I'll be guarding outside and won't leave. If there's no danger, please be careful when military advisor Yang is enjoying the beauty. Don't make too much noise, lest you disturb her sleep. Although it's a free meat bun, it's a waste not to eat it." Yang Si frowned. The woman's back was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Without caring about what Jiang Nongqin said, Yang Si stepped into the room. The woman heard the movement and slowly turned her face. Yang Si stood still and took a few glances. His face suddenly darkened and he took a few quick steps forward. "Why is it you?" Chapter 1156. Why are you here? At this moment, Yang Si did not feel the slightest joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Instead, there was a chilling killing intent in his eyes. The woman knelt on the mat and bowed deeply to Yang Si with her thin back. She clasped the mat with both hands and did not say a word. "Answer." Not only did Yang Si's face turn cold, but his voice also became cold. "Why did they look for you?" "To deal with me." The last three words were full of sarcasm and contempt. Not talking. Seeing that she was pretending to be dead, Yang Si was furious and wanted to leave. Seeing that he really turned around, the woman hurriedly knelt and hugged his legs, sobbing softly. "Don't go. If you leave, both my son and I will die." Yang Si tried to pull his legs out, but the woman hugged him tightly. He could not move at all and could not break free. "Lieutenant Jiang, help." Yang Si tried his best but still failed. He could only shout angrily outside the room. The woman who was hugging his legs was stunned. She saw a maid dressed in plain clothes walk in from outside the door. The maid didn't even look at Yang Si. She raised her hand and grabbed the back of the woman's collar, lifting her up. "You want to shout for help for such a woman? Military advisor Yang, do you really not need to see the doctor? He did not eat the meat bun that was sent to him, and his legs were trapped by the meat bun and could not break free. Jiang Nongqin felt that she was out of touch with the whole world. Was a man so thin and weak? She looked down and Yang Si subconsciously took a few steps back. When he understood the meaning of her words, his already ugly face darkened. You two know each other. Seeing that Yang Si did not speak, Jiang Nongqin glanced at the woman who was thrown aside with tears on her cheeks. Yang Si said, more than that. Oh, Jiang Nongqin said. Thinking of Yang Si's usual style, she asked, dewy couple. Was it a love debt? Yang Si was speechless. He really could not afford to offend women. His previous style was indeed not good, but in Jiang Nongqin's eyes, was it so bad? The woman was a little hurt from the fall, but she did not dare to move closer to Yang Si. Instead, she looked at Jiang Nongqin with a critical gaze. She had been in brothels for more than 10 years, and her eyes were very sharp. She could tell at a glance that Jiang Nongqin, who was still dressed as an unmarried woman, was not a virgin. Jiang Nongqin immediately felt the hostility in the woman's eyes. Jealousy, hatred, contempt, disgust. Wasn't it just a fall? Was there such a big grudge? This is the main course of the Hongmen banquet? Jiang Nongqin raised her eyebrows as she asked Yang Si. Su Bei had gone through so much trouble to invite Yang Si to a banquet. She had thought that it was a honey trap and a plan to sow discord between Yang Si and the Lord. She did not expect that he would actually send a 27 or 28-year-old woman. At this age, she could be preparing to be a mother-in-law, right? Yang Si said snappily, I guess so. The woman in front of him had witnessed the worst part of Yang Si's past. Now that he had been caught red-handed by Jiang Nongqin, he felt uncomfortable all over. The woman asked, Who are you? Jiang Nongqin sneered in response. She did not want to answer. This woman's background was unknown. How could she be qualified to question her? She casually found a place to sit so that Yang Si wouldn't ask her for help later. When Yang Si saw that she refused to leave, he felt even more embarrassed. He only wanted to end the battle quickly and settle the matter as soon as possible. Tell me, why are you here? The woman was frozen by his coldness. Her shoulders shivered and she bit her lower lip. She did not have much contact with Yang Si, but she knew that he had a ruthless temperament. I heard that you've won the favor of a noble and that you're now on a meteoric rise. I don't ask for anything else. I only ask that you do a good deed and save me and fourth son. As long as you ask for it, we can be saved. Yang Si sneered, on what basis? On. The woman thought about it and gritted her teeth. On what sister said before she died. Yang Si's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he wore a smile on his face. He asked, You have the cheek to mention them. I've already done my part by redeeming you from the brothel before I left Jiangding County. Now that you've appeared here, you must be up to no good. How can you have the cheek to ask for it? Jiang Nongqin, who was watching from the side, acted as a spectator and watched the drama that was filled with gratitude and hatred. The woman said with tears in her eyes, I'm just a weak woman. If I didn't do this, I would have been skinned and died without a complete corpse. Yang Si did not want to listen to this person's lies. The woman continued, I lied to those people and said that fourth son is your flesh and blood. Then, they captured him. If you're not willing to help, we really can't live. Yang Jingrong, can you help us for the sake of Din Yang and the others? Yang Si was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Although he had a romantic life like Feng Langzi, he had never thought that he would be a father. The woman repeated the two sentences over and over again. When Yang Si redeemed her from the brothel, she turned over a new leaf and married a man. However, that honest man had a short life. He died not long after, leaving her and the 3-month-old child in her womb. Her mother-in-law had always held a grudge against her past and suspected that she was a posthumous child. She cruelly drove her out of the house. Later, she remarried to another man, who also died not long after. The third man lived a little longer. She thought that her life was stable, but she did not expect that her husband would be captured to do forced labor and die. Life was really hard for a woman with a child. There was chaos outside, so she could only marry again. The fourth man was an idle gambler. When he had no money, he beat her and her son. He even scolded her that she could not have a child after a few years of marriage because she had served too many men in the past. After that, the family was so poor that they could not live on anymore. He actually planned to let her resume her old job and make her son a servant to serve other men. In a rage, she picked up the firewood knife at home and chopped the man to death. The neighbors seized her and sent her to the magistrate's office. In order to survive, she could only mention Yangtze. She did not know anything else, but she knew that Yangtze had met a benefactor and became a superior person. She might be able to survive if she had a relationship with him. Does the military counselor have a son who was left outside? Jiang Nongqin could not help but ask. Logically, Jiang Nongqin felt that the possibility was very high. After all, Yangtze and Fengzhen were jackals of the same tribe. However, Yangtze said, "There's no such thing. Don't taint my innocence. But I see that you two are quite close." Yangtze brushed it off. "We just met when we were young." Just now, she said that she lied to others that sea air is your flesh and blood. Could it be that those people want to use a fake son, wife, and child to threaten you? However, Su Bei and the others are not stupid. If you have nothing to do with this woman, they won't believe her words so easily, right? Yangtze really had no way to refute. That alone doesn't seem to be enough to threaten anything. Jiang Nongqin was puzzled. Yangtze said, "She used to be a prostitute." Jiang Nongqin instantly understood. Everyone knew about Yangtze's background. If he had a son with a prostitute and then abandoned them, he would be laughed at for the rest of his life. He could not choose his parents, but he did the same thing as his father. What did this mean? It meant that this thing could be inherited. The son of a prostitute would not be presentable in the end. Yangtze said again, her son was also detained. If war breaks out, the child will be sacrificed to the flag. Jiang Nongqin's expression darkened. If that was really the case, Yangtze's life would be over. The enemy could use this as leverage to secretly instigate Yangtze to defect. Of course, all of this had to be based on the fact that it was true. You really have nothing to do with this woman. I know her, but there is no relationship. That child has nothing to do with me. Yangtze sighed and said, she has 2 older sisters. The eldest sister is older than me, and the second sister is the same age as me. Their house is next to the thatched cottage where I study. Her eldest sister is called Xiaonyang, and the second sister is the Di Nyang that I mentioned just now. Although Di Nyang is a woman, she is born intelligent and eager to learn. She can learn almost anything with just a little. As the eldest sister, Xiaonyang doted on her younger sister. She knew that her second sister was attracted by the neighbor's reading and she wanted to learn how to read too. Thus, she shamelessly went to ask for help. At first, Yangtze did not agree. How could an ignorant girl want to learn how to read? Later, he softened and agreed because Di Nyang's talent was beyond his imagination. This made Yangtze want to be serious. After more than a year, Yangtze became familiar with the neighbor. He and Di Nyang were the same age, and they seemed to be childhood friends. However, their father was not a good person. When he was young, he owed a lot of gambling debts and was forced to flee to another place. Dean Yang's mother was willing to sell herself to the brothel so that her 3 daughters wouldn't be caught by the debt collectors. She worked hard for many years and got sick. After she died, she didn't even have a coffin. She was buried on the ground with a mat. When Dean Yang's father heard that the debt had been paid, he gathered his courage and came back. This bad person didn't learn his lesson. He hid in another place and gambled indiscriminately. When he came back, he wanted to sell the 3 sisters to the brothel. As mentioned before, Master Yuanjing had picked up Yang Si. Although he didn't bring him back to Langyi to be raised, he gave a sum of money to the farmer who adopted him and asked them to take care of him. Before Yang Si was enlightened, he came to visit him every 6 months. After Yang Si was enlightened, he came to visit him every 3 months. When Dean Yang and her sisters were sold to the brothel by their father for money, Yang Si followed Master Yuanjing to study and learn how to write. When Master Yuanjing came back, he found out what had happened. Yang Si went to the brothel. The 15-year-old Xiaonyang had already combed herself up in a hurry and became a prostitute. Because she had a good foundation and a clean temperament, she became popular for a while. The 2 younger sisters escaped the disaster because they were young. They stayed in the brothel as maids. If he wanted to bring Xiaonyang out of the brothel, he had to spend money to redeem her or run away. Yang Si had no money, so he could only choose the latter. At that time, Yang Si was still very young, but his wisdom was no less than that of an ordinary teenager. Xiaonyang didn't want to be a prostitute for the rest of her life. She didn't want her 2 younger sisters to follow in her footsteps, so she agreed to my plan. There were many thugs in the brothel, but it wasn't difficult to lure them away. Xiaonyang wasn't a top courtesan, and there weren't many people watching her, so she escaped quite smoothly. Unexpectedly. As he spoke, Yang Si glanced coldly at the woman who was trembling and didn't say a word. She was stupid. She only saw that the brothel had food, drinks, and clothes to wear, so she didn't want to leave. Before she escaped, she hid and even sold her 2 older sisters in the end. The brothel was a very cruel place. If the girls who ran away were caught, how could they have a good ending? Xiaonyang knew that their whereabouts had been leaked. Once they were caught, they might still be alive, but Yang Si would definitely be beaten to death. Xiaonyang hid Yang Si in the cellar, and they were also caught by more than 20 thugs from the brothel who came later. Their ending was very tragic. Yang Si hid in the dark cellar, listening to the movements coming from above. The darkness and cramped space of the cellar almost drove him crazy. He wanted to climb out of the cellar countless times, but in the end, he restrained himself. He had never hated himself so much for being so weak. Whether it was Xiaonyang, who was 15 years old, or Dean Yang, who had just turned 10, how could they survive when faced with more than 20 wild men? In the beginning, they struggled to survive, but in the end, they were on the verge of death. When Yang Si came out of the cellar, he saw a scene of devastation. Xiaonyang didn't hate him. Instead, she begged him to take care of her 3rd younger sister if he had the ability. Dean Yang's body was green and black. Before she died, she murmured, "It hurts." This incident also changed Yang Si's temperament, and he grew up quickly overnight. Yang Si buried the 2 sisters and hid for a while. Later, he found out who had betrayed their whereabouts. It was my naivety that killed them. If it weren't for me, they might have had a hard time in the brothel, but at least they would still be alive. I'm sorry, but this person is also an accomplice. Yang Si pointed at the woman sitting paralyzed on the ground. I wanted to raise money to redeem her from the brothel before she got married, but she was very stupid. She believed the flowery words of some rich man and willingly became a concubine. Not long after, because of her flamboyant temperament, she was beaten by the legal wife and sold back to the brothel. I came to her and said that I wanted to redeem her, but she said that I could redeem her, but she wanted me to marry her as the legal wife. She made things difficult for me, so I refused. Yang Si was still brooding over the betrayal of the woman. Since she was so eager to die, he simply pretended to be deaf and dumb and watched her flop in the brothel alone. When the world was in chaos, Yang Si thought about going out to explore. Before he left, he asked his errand boy to redeem the woman from the brothel with money. After that, he didn't know what happened. When they met again, the other party actually wanted him to be a father. After Jiang Nongqin heard this, she was speechless for a long time. No matter what Su Bei was planning, he couldn't have used this woman and her child to threaten me. Yang Si said coldly, although I'm dissolute in private, I don't want just anyone. At least, I don't want to touch even half a finger of this person. The woman said timidly, I was still young then, I didn't understand at all. Yang Si snorted coldly, you were young, but you betrayed your sister with a clear mind and a glib tongue. The woman continued, although I was wrong, you also said that my sister didn't blame me. Yang Si sneered, that's why you could escape from the brothel and not die under the hands of some man. The woman revealed a look of despair, Yang Jingrong, how could you be so cruel? How could you bear to watch the only child of the three of us die here? Of course I could bear to. In the future, I'll find 2 good adopted sons for them and put them under their names. The young Yang Si had been affected by that incident, causing him to be depressed and on the verge of a breakdown. But now, he was able to take it lightly. Or perhaps, it could be said that he had seen many people who were even more miserable than this and had long developed a heart of stone. Jiang Nongqin frowned and said, even if you have nothing to do with her, if Su Bei were to blame you and use the mother and son as a reason to criticize you, Yang Si's situation was worrying. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.